Howdy, howdy. Happy Saturday, everybody. Good morning, evening, or afternoon as appropriate. Let me tweak my face cam a little bit. Get that Laudate Solus in there. Oh, that's as low as we go. Got it. Valor and Sky, thank you so much for the half year of support. Which brews are the best? I think we've got some good content brewing here. I think so. Zizzy, if you're arguing for something and are told you're wrong, but are then later proven correct, would you be vindicated? Lord Snow, thank you so much for 2 months. You keep watching, I'll keep streaming. Planning on opening today with some... Well, we're going to rank the potions of Slay the Spire. Then after that, we'll play a little bit of Slay the Spire. Defect run. Rematch is up on the docket, as we did end up defeated by the Corrupt Heart yesterday. We also ended up defeated in Monster Train, which was pretty brutal. That one was a fun run, but didn't quite get where we were going. Didn't quite get there. Why is blood white? Well, I think the Ironclad... I think the Ironclad has some things he's not telling us. Basically. So, for our potion tier list, just like our previous relic, our previous ranking videos, once I start the recording, I'll be a lot less interactive with chat. Spend a minute or two talking about each of the different potions, how I think they rank overall, what I think some of the use cases for them are. I might mention briefly how I feel about each of them with Sacred Bark, doubling their effect, or which ones don't get doubled by Sacred Bark. But I don't think I'll do that for every potion, maybe. We've got our jams here on the live stream. We are listening to the Dusk Force soundtrack right now, and that won't be recorded onto the YouTube, so you all get to jam with the music while I record here. This will be on the fly. I don't have a script or anything that I'm going to follow. Just kind of talking about some of the use cases and overall performance. Where did I learn all the dad jokes? My own dad has taught me well with a lifelong barrage of inappropriate puns. He kind of taught me to just assail other people with his humor. Also, a youthful interest in improv-style humor. Growing up, one of my favorite shows ever was Whose Line Is It Anyway? With Colin Mockery, Ryan Stiles, Wayne Brady, Greg Proops, and more. And they were very much comedy legends to me. Most of the Sacred Bark upgrades are pretty simple. Do not put me on pizza. Yeah, generally speaking, just doubling the effect. But sometimes doubling the effect is more relevant for some potions than it is for others. For just a quick example, doubling a poison potion. 12 poison is a lot more impactful than just 6 poison, because it decays at 1 per turn. 12 poison does more damage than 6 poison does, and the same is equally true of the regeneration potion. Regeneration potion normally, 15 health. Regeneration potion with Sacred Bark, 55 health. That's more than twice as much because of the way the degen works. Quadratic scaling in action. Better before it crossed the pond, an OG believer in the old school British humor. I respect that. The llamas. All right, I think that's enough intro chat. Let's actually get started here. Why don't we? Just a quick neck stretcherino. Hey there, YouTube. Baylor here from the Cozy Studio, and today I want to talk about potions in Slay the Spire. Did you know that there is 42 different potions in this game? It's a heck of a lot. And today we're going to rank all of them, give some quick thoughts on how I think each can be used, what you might want to use them for, and how they rank, how they stack up relative to one another. If you like this video, don't forget to drop a like below and let me know in the comments what your own personal favorite potion is. What are you more happy to see than anything else when it drops from the jawworm or when given to you by Niao? Without further ado, let's start talking. These are in no particular order, so I'm just going to go one at a time. Starting with Fruit Juice, which is definitely an unusual potion. Fruit Juice gives you 5 max health instead of any sort of immediate battle effects. It's always really good to see one. However, oftentimes you would prefer a real potion to help you overcome an immediate threat. But I'm never disappointed when a Fruit Juice drops, so it definitely ranks very high up in my tier list. I'm going to put it in A tier because it's good, but it's not amongst the best potions. Fruit Juice is exceptional if seen early, and it gets even better if you've got a Sacred Bark, which makes it 10 max health. Sometimes these things show up in stores. Because the Fruit Juice is a rare potion, it's about 100 gold. And 100 gold for 5 max health is not usually a deal that I think is all that good, so I don't usually advocate for buying Fruit Juice if you see it. But I'm always happy to see it drop. I think Fairy in a Bottle is something kind of similar. Fairy in a Bottle is another odd potion in that you don't get to choose when you use the Fairy, generally speaking. Fairy only activates when you die and heals you for 30% of your max health. Effectively a rest in a jar. But it also negates any additional overkill damage from the hit that killed you. For that reason, I think Fairy in a Bottle is a very excellent potion, particularly if you've got a potion belt, which really brings Fairy in a Bottle up to the best of potion territories. Just having that backup option that can kind of save you no matter what is really nice. And what I particularly appreciate about Fairy in a Bottle is that if you have it, you can be more ambitiously aggressive with your choices. You can take risks in dangerous situations. For example, fighting an elite you might not have been able to handle, and you don't even need to actually use the Fairy in a Jar to get the advantage there. Simply allowing yourself to take the risk because you have a backup option is very nice, even if you don't have to use the backup. So a lot of times I'll find myself choosing not to rest in a situation where maybe I should because I have a Fairy in a Bottle, and then I end up defeating the elite or defeating the boss with 7 or 3 health left, and everything's fine, and I still have the Fairy in a Bottle. It's fantastic. Ancient Potion. Ancient Potion gives you 1 artifact, negating 1 debuff. I tend to rank these pretty low early in the run. In Act 1 and early Act 2, there's not a whole lot of debuffs that are able to be blocked by one artifact that are all that important. You can block being vulnerable from Gremlin. You can block the dexterity down from Lagavulin, but you need two artifact to block the first strength down that a Lagavulin applies, which really doesn't help you there. It's nice for blocking Frail from various enemies. You can also block Hex from Chosen. But overall, the problem with the Ancient Potion is that you don't usually have the choice to use it in every combat. For example, a block potion, 12 block whenever, that can be used in any fight, no matter what. But the Ancient Potion is great in some combats, worse in others. And I don't think I would rank it that highly overall, actually, because of that. Generally speaking, my personal best use case for the Ancient Potion is to block vulnerable against the heart. That saves you essentially 33 health. I think 38 health, excuse me. 15 plus 23. 38 health by not being vulnerable to the heart, which is a tremendous amount of additional mitigation, but it's only in that one endgame fight. And in most of the rest of the run, I think it's B or C tier. We'll give it B. B because of the use case against heart, C overall otherwise. Does have a very notable combo. Let's actually rank the Flex and Speed potions now, because they interact so well with the Ancient Potion. These potions give 5 Strength and Dex for 1 turn, in conjunction with an Ancient Potion. They can be very, very powerful, though, because using an artifact means the debuff that reduces your stat gets blocked. And therefore you get to keep the 5 strength or 5 dexterity for an entire combat. This is particularly useful with Sacred Bark, because Sacred Bark both doubles the power of the debuff potions and doubles the amount of artifact that you get. So you get to kind of double dip there if you've got Sacred Bark. But overall, this is a very powerful combination. Although I have to say, one I don't assemble that often. That said, overall, the Speed and Flex potions, I think, are pretty solid here. I'd probably put them in B tier overall. Because of that interaction that they have. They're decently good early on. The 5 strength or 5 dex can be a pretty good amount of damage if well utilized. For example, being a tremendous amount of damage on Watcher. Actually, I might even put Flex Potion in A tier because of that. On Watcher and Ironclad specifically, 5 strength for 1 turn can be very enormous. Yeah, I'm thinking A tier for the Flex, B tier for the Speed. This 5 points of strength feels more worth it to me than 5 points of dex most of the time. That's my thought. You can also use orange pellets or other sources of artifact to negate the downside from these potions, which makes them very, very powerful in those situations. But only in those situations, otherwise they're just one-time expendable stuff. How about Block Potion? I think Block Potion is about as average, solidly good but average as they get. Perhaps the definition of C+ tier. 12 health for 1 potion is, I would say, right along the curve for what you expect to get out of a potion drop. Anything that can do better than that is a good potion. Anything that does worse than that is a bad potion. So I would call the Block Potion almost the definition of average. Now, Block Potion does have a couple situations where it can be better than just 12 health, and those are true on the Ironclad. If you have specifically the cards Body Slam or Entrench. Body Slam means the Block Potion can be 12 block and 12 damage, whereas Entrench means you can double the block from the Block Potion. I guess Barricade can also matter on Ironclad, because then you can carry the block over from turn to turn. So those are some things that can make the Block Potion better, but I would say it's about as average as they get, and I'm going to call that C tier, I suppose. Although, if we're on a scale from D to S, perhaps B is the solid average. Not going to have a lot of room in C and D tier if I don't make Block Potion C, though. So I'm going to put Block Potion in C. Okay. Focus Potion. I think Focus Potion's a very, very good potion. One of the best solid stat up potions. +2 focus on defect is such a help, no matter really what stage of the game you're in. I find that a Focus Potion really makes an Act 1 Elite very, very easy to manage in the early game. And in the late game, one or ideally multiple hoarded Focus Potions can be your whole plan for the heart. If you keep 2 or 3 of them with a potion belt, channel a lot of orbs, it's definitely a way to tackle the late game. So the Focus Potion starts good and just gets better with time, I tend to feel. That is very much not true of the... what's this thing called? Blessing of the Forge. Blessing of the Forge starts really good and then gets worse. Blessing of the Forge upgrades all cards in your hand, and right at the start of a run, that can be 1 or 2 additional points of energy, or it might also be 3 points of damage, 3 points of block on all of your cards. And if you draw those cards again, then you get to benefit from them again. The later you get into your run, the more likely you are to have your cards already upgraded. And that means that the Blessing of the Forge, I think, gets a little bit worse over time. So I'm not frequently excited about a Blessing late game, but very often in Act 1, if I see Blessing of the Forge, I'm very happy. I'd say it's solidly B tier, a very, very useful and powerful potion a lot of the time. Quick note, by the way, the potions that we're discussing here, each one has an outline if it's a class-specific potion corresponding to the color of that character. So a Focus Potion with blue outline here means it's a defect-specific potion. Our Blood Potion here with a red outline, that tells us it's Ironclad-specific. Blood Potion is 2/3 of a rest, 20% of your max health. And on Ironclad, that can be quite a lot. What makes the Blood Potion really special for me is that you can drink it at any time, which means that you can have a Blood Potion in your belt, find a new potion on the ground, and drink the Blood Potion immediately, then allowing you to pick up the new potion. And for that reason, I rank Blood Potion quite highly. It's guaranteed health on the clad, it's usable at any time, it's overall just something I'm really happy to see. I'm going to put it right up in A tier, because I think it's just a very consistently very good, if not amazingly powerful overall potion. Essence of Steel. Essence of Steel gives you 4 plated armor, 4 block per turn, but every time you take attack damage, you lose 1 point of that plated armor. So oftentimes, Essence of Steel is 4 + 3 + 2 + 1, which is only 10 health saved, or less. I often tend to find that this is maybe like 7 health saved, sometimes only 4. If you miss time when the Essence of Steel is used. Essence of Steel is at its best when you're able to use the 4 block per turn to consistently, perfectly block your opponent. A really quick example of when Essence of Steel is really good: against the 3 sentries in Act 1, who do 10 damage per turn once you kill one of them. An Essence of Steel plus an Orichalcum is a guaranteed automatic 10 block at the end of every turn, and that means you cannot take damage against either remaining sentry. That's probably the ideal use case for this thing, but most of the time I tend to find it's really falls flat. Other noteworthy thing is that with Sacred Bark, 8 plated armor feels a lot better than 4. It's more block, but it also means you have to take damage more times before the block decays. Problem with Essence of Steel is you need to be clairvoyant to get maximum use. I think that's a good description of it. Ultimately, I have to rank Essence as one of the overall worst performing potions in Slay the Spire. Yes, it does have times when it can be really helpful, but in almost all of those times, I'd rather have something else. How about Bottled Miracle? Bottled Miracle is a water potion. Gives you 2 miracles. It's kind of like an energy potion, but you get to split the energy over multiple turns if you want to. It also fills up your hand, which is good, I want to say. Since the Watcher has cards that scale with hand size. You can also upgrade those miracles via a myriad of ways, and those miracles can trigger relics like the Letter Opener or the Dead Branch. So I tend to think that Bottled Miracle is a very good potion overall. I'll put that up in A tier there. How about Attack Potion? Attack Potion's a great potion. Guaranteed damage. All attacks always do damage, so you know whenever you're drinking an attack potion that you're getting free damage. Now, sometimes when you drink an attack potion, you get a lot of free damage, because every character has very big, powerful attacks. With Silent being the biggest exception there. But, for example, an attack potion on the defect can create a 0-cost Meteor Strike. An attack potion on the Ironclad can create a 0-cost Bludgeon or Immolate. An attack potion on Watcher can create a 0-cost Ragnarok. And for that possibility, I tend to think that the attack potion deserves a pretty good overall ranking. I'm going to be putting it up in B here. Attack potions get a lot worse overall as you get later into the run, and just the value of one card tends to diminish. And there aren't a whole lot of ways to scale the attack potion, but it's always something I'm very excited to have in my early Act 1 and Act 2s as a insurance policy against elites. That's almost always my use case for an attack potion, is tackling an elite of some kind. Which is about what I do with the fire potion, too. I tend to think fire potions and attack potions are almost interchangeable. I'm going to rank them the same for that reason. They also look really good in red next to one another. The fire potion is not as potentially powerful as the attack potion, but it's just nice guaranteed 20 damage, which is perfect for dealing with one quick threat. It's a way to kill one of the 3 slavers quickly, one of the 3 sentries quickly. The extra edge you might need to finish off a gremlin knob or a book of stabbing. A way to snipe a gremlin instantly if you need to. Just a little bit of damage when you need it. Downside to the fire potion is it's not a lot of damage, just a little. By the time I reach Act 3, I'm almost never happy with a fire potion. Yeah, notably, fire potion's immune to weaken, so there's no way for enemies to reduce the damage that it does to them. And it can be nice for that. But it just doesn't do numerically enough to justify it. And I think I'm going to put the explosive potion, since we're talking about direct damage potions. We'll rank the explosive potion as well. 10 damage to all enemies has broader utility in multi-enemy fights. Really good in Act 1 and Act 2 again, but quickly irrelevant by Act 3, since the 10 damage it deals is just not enough to be significant. How about the Essence of Darkness? This is the rare potion for the defect. And the Essence of Darkness channels 1 Dark Orb for every orb slot you have. So after you drink an Essence of Darkness, all of your orb slots will be full of Dark Orbs. Each of those Dark Orbs starts at a value of 6 damage and then does an additional 6 per turn. So you can think of an Essence of Darkness with base 3 orb slots as 18 damage per turn, so to speak. Another way I can phrase just how good Essence of Darkness is: Essence of Darkness plus the defect starting deck will defeat any Act 1 boss. Doesn't matter what cards you have in your defect deck. If you have an Essence of Darkness and you go into the Slime Boss fight, the Hexaghost fight, or the Guardian fight, you drink this thing on turn 1 and you dual cast all 3 Dark Orbs, you'll win the fight. That's pretty powerful. That's one of the most... I would dare say this is the most powerful damage potion in Slay the Spire, at least when it comes to fights that last more than a couple of turns. There's a lot of other utility you can have with this. You can use it to fill up your orb slots for a fission. You can use it to evoke Frost Orbs to get immediate block, since it'll evoke every orb that you have immediately. You can use it to get orb variety for Compile Driver. It's powerful, and I have to rank this as one of the highest tier potions. I might be putting this in S tier, just for how powerful it is when it's good. When it's not good, it's pretty sad, but I think it's always at least as much damage as a damage potion, and might often be way, way better than that. Notably, it's really hilarious with Sacred Bark. If you have Sacred Bark, then it channels 2 Dark Orbs per orb slot. Think about that for a second. They don't fit. You just kind of like bloop all the orbs at somebody. Essence of Darkness plus 10 orb slots plus Sacred Bark is a fun time. But yeah, that'll be our first S tier potion. I think there'll be a few more joining it shortly. How about the Gambler's Brew? Gambler's Brew lets you discard any number of cards in your hand to draw that many, potentially being as much as a draw 10. Notably, Gambler's Brew does suffer from the fact that it is not boosted by Sacred Bark. It doesn't do anything more. You don't get any more cards drawn, you don't get to discard anything more. That said, being able to draw up to 10 is a mighty powerful thing. Particularly useful on the Silent, because the discard effect will activate any discard-related synergy for that character. So if you discard a Reflex or Tactician with a Gambler's Brew, that'll work. You'll get the energy or the card draw. And this will also activate the relics Tough Bandages and Tingsha. So Silent in particular loves a Gambler's Brew. I think she also loves Gambler's Brew in particular because of her greater turn 1 draw, which would probably be enough to put it in A tier overall. But maybe Gambler's is B. Probably, I'm feeling somewhere solidly on the A-B line, quite frankly. Gambler's Brew is fantastic. Not quite as good as some of the really good potions, but definitely one that starts pretty solid and gets better and better with time. I'll let it rest in B. I'm sure there's going to be plenty of A-tier potions to add momentarily. Ghost in a Jar. Ghost in a Jar's one intangible, essentially one turn of invulnerability. Only the Silent gets access to this ridiculously good potion. But the Ghost has saved many, many, many of my runs. What Ghost in a Jar amounts to for me is a get out of jail free card. Any one turn becomes no incoming damage. Which means that it's very hard to die as long as you have a Ghost in a Jar, because if anything bad happens, you have an out. As early as Act 1, this can save you 20 plus health by blocking a Knob attack or a Lagavulin hit. You can use it to block the Slime Boss's Big Crush. You can use it to block Inferno from Hexaghost. And the later you get into the run, the better it becomes. There are 50 plus damage hits that'll be headed your way in Act 3 or Act 2 that the Ghost in a Jar can completely negate. Bronze Automaton's Hyper Beam, Champ's Execute, Heart's Big Hit, the list goes on and on and on. Ghost in a Jar becomes so fantastic then, not because it has the power to completely shut down the endgame like some other potions do, I'm looking at you, Ancient Potion, but also because it does that at any stage of the game with great flexibility. It's just so good. Might even call it the best potion in Slay the Spire, but I don't think it is because Ambrosia exists. Spoiler alert. Alright, the other class-specific rare potion, the Heart of Iron. Almost forgot what this thing was called. Heart of Iron gives you 6 Metallicize. That's 6 block per turn, and no stinky decay on it when you're hit, like the Essence of Steel. I really like the Heart of Iron. I think it's a really, really cool potion. Not quite top tier, although the longer the fight goes on, the better it becomes. Easily 30 to 40 health saved against a boss or against the heart. And it can be really neat if you stack it with other copies of the metallicized power or something like orichalcum. There's a whole bunch of situations that the Heart of Iron shuts down. But ultimately, it's not quite as defining as some of the other S-tier potions, I think. Let me just queue up. My next soundtrack choice here. This says, it's really hard to know when to use Heart of Iron. That can be definitely a tricky portion. Heart of Iron is certainly tricky to time, because you have to know that you're going to be short on a block, and you have to know that the fight is going to last long enough to get real use out of it. My recommended uses for Heart of Iron are usually boss fights of some kind, or a dangerous but lengthy elite fight. Those are both good times to use it. All right, how about the Entropic Brew? Entropic Brew fills all your empty potion slots with random potions, and I think that is really handy. By default, I'm playing on Ascension 20. I only have 2 potion slots normally, so the Entropic Brew is 2 random potions, which is pretty good, but not amazing. However, if you get more potion slots, then this can become really, really strong, with up to 5 random potions being in one Entropic Brew. Notably, Entropic Brew can spawn more Entropic Brews, so if you're really lucky, you can chain react and get even more potions. Entropic Brew gets really crazy if you have the Toy Ornithopter Relic, because you'll heal from using the Entropic Brew and from all the children potions. Definitely a very, very good overall potion. I'm going to put it up in A tier because I want to make something clear, which is that a very good potion that you know what it is better than an Entropic Brew. So I would almost always prefer to discard Entropic Brew, or better yet, drink it and then discard whatever comes out of it, in order to pick up a ghost in a jar than have 2 potions. And the same goes for Ambrosia. If I were to nominate any one potion as best in the game, it would be this thing, the Purple Doom Juice. Instant triple damage, instant 3 energy. Ambrosia pretty much allows the Watcher to destroy any one threat, any one combat. Just like a Fairy Najar, I tend to think of an Ambrosia as something that lets you take an aggressive path and risky choices without necessarily even needing to use it. The fact that you have it as an emergency button is often enough. Ranking this up here with, I think the S tier potions would be potions that I define as able to single-handedly win an encounter, or able to completely change the outcome of a battle simply on their own, almost no matter what else is going on. All right, we're down to some of the more unusual potions. I'm looking forward to ranking these. Colorless Potion. I think Colorless Potion is a little underrated collectively. The colorless card pool isn't that big, although it is bigger than the card pool for attack, skill, or power potions for any given character. I think there's 45 different cards a colorless potion can generate. Some of them are pretty good. This can generate free copies of Apotheosis to upgrade everything in your deck, free copies of Hand of Greed to do damage and make you money, free copy of Secret Technique or Secret Weapon or Master of Strategy. I tend to think of colorless potions as usually either damage or card draw, as they're usually one of the two when drank. And so as long as you expect them to be one of those things, they can perform pretty well. Timing them can be difficult, and you can definitely whiff with a colorless potion, but a well-timed And well-used colorless potion can have a really good impact on a fight. I'm going to put it up in B tier here. I think colorless potions they're solid. They're fairly average. I tend to rate them higher than skill potions and block potions on average. Maybe not block potion. If I put block potion in C, maybe colorless belongs in C. Maybe explosive belongs in C. Now I'm doubting everything. I do think the lower tiers need some more population, so you know what? I will move you down to C tier, colorless potion. That said, I do think these are a little underrated still. How about the cultist potion? Cultist potion is 1 strength per turn. A very interesting potion. Cultist potion, only in very long fights, is a very good potion. Most fights in Slay the Spire are short enough that you'll get more strength out of a strength potion than you will out of a cultist potion. However, the cultist potion can be a really nice answer to long, drawn-out fights where you need a lot of damage. I'm thinking the Giant Head, I'm thinking the Champ, I'm thinking Hexaghost or Guardian or Slime Boss, I'm thinking the Heart. And in those fights, if you need additional strength, this potion can absolutely be a huge game changer and can be a run winner. I've certainly had runs that won off the back of Cultist Potion. And if you have Sacred Bark, 2 strength per turn is very quickly. That said, I often tend to find that the Cultist Potion ends up being dead weight because it is such a slow potion in what it does. For that reason, I'm going to rank it kind of middle of the road in B tier here. The Cultist Potion is very powerful under the correct circumstances, just like a real demon form, right? Very powerful, but very slow. And so you need to have a situation where slow but powerful is the correct answer. How about Shiv Potion? Shiv Potion it's a damage potion. Gives you 3 Shiv pluses on the Silent. So 18 damage total. And it can be more if you are able to make your opponent vulnerable. It can be more if you've got relics or strength that boost it. I'd like to think of this as a damage potion that can scale, but it's ultimately about as good as a fire potion. So I think I'll put it in the same tier as the fire potion, in B tier here. Dexterity potion, an oldie and a goodie. If you play slow and defensive, a dex potion can be exactly what you need. A very nice potion for helping out in an elite fight where you're short a bit of block, or in a boss fight where you need a little bit of an edge. I'm specifically thinking against Champ, but against any Act 3 boss as well. The Awakened one, the Time Eater, or Donu and Deka, a Dexterity potion can make a really big difference. That said, I'm not usually that happy with Dex potions, and I don't think I end up using them all that much. So I think I'm going to be putting it down here in C tier. Pretty good with Sacred Bark. 4 Dexterity is more than a Footwork plus, and it can really make the difference for Silent especially. Is Speed Potion better than Dex Potion? I tend to think so. If you're able to negate the debuff of the Speed Potion can be 2.5 Dexterity potions. And that said, just having 1 impactful turn sometimes can be better than having a lot of slightly improved turns. So for that reason, I tend to think that the Speed Potion is a bit better than the Dex Potion. Not to say the Dex Potion doesn't have use. It's definitely a nice potion, but I don't think it really excels at any particular thing. Okay, this file I think this is the Distilled Chaos. Normally this is a rainbow, shifting, shimmering color potion, but we don't have an animated version here for you. Distilled Chaos plays the top 3 cards of the draw pile, and that's kind of a weird thing. 3 cards drawn and played can be very powerful at the right time. This can essentially be 6 energy or more. if you top deck some important cards. Very good if you have the Frozen Eye Relic, which lets you see where your cards are in the draw pile. But I do tend to find that Distilled Chaos can really backfire a lot of the time. Particularly on the Watcher, but also any character who really cares about their card order. On Defect, you can end up with the wrong orbs if you use a Distilled Chaos at the wrong time. Watcher can outright kill herself by ending up in Rat's Stance, or by playing a Blasphemy, or by playing a card that ends her turn. With Distilled Chaos, these are all potential problems. Silent and Ironclad don't have as big of a problem, but Ironclad can really end up with the problem of you top deck a Fiend Fire or something that exhausts all the cards in your hand, and then you can't play any more cards. So there are a lot of potential, I like to think of them as landmines, that you can run into by playing Distilled Chaos at the wrong time. But playing it at the right time can be pretty dang good. I'm not sure. I think I'll put it in B tier because of these downsides. If you could choose the 3 cards it played, it would be A or S tier easily, but 3 off the top of the draw pile with random targets doesn't always work out in your favor. That said, if you know all of the things, all of the bad things that can happen, then you can know when it's not safe to use a Distilled Chaos. How about Duplication Potion? Duplication Potion lets you play 1 card 2 times. Or if you've got Sacred Bark, 2 cards get played 2 times. The later on in your run you are, the better Duplication Potion gets. You can think of it as this potion is as strong as your strongest card is. The later in the run you are, the better your strongest card will be, on average. And there's all sorts of very busted things you can do by duping. Dupe a card with some kind of quadratic scaling to get really strong effects. For example, duplicate a Catalyst to get ×9 poison, or duplicate a Limit Break to get ×4 strength. But you can also just dupe a strong power, like double Demon Form, or double Deva Form, or double Noxious Fumes, double Bouncing Flask to get your poison started, double Leg Sweep for a really good block turn. It's flexible, it's powerful. It's not the end-all be-all. I don't think it quite deserves to be up in S tier, but I might put Dupe Pod as A+ on average. I think the Duplication Potion is very, very good. Very, very good indeed. Here's an unusual one, the Ironclad Elixir. Elixir lets you exhaust any number of cards in your hand. By default, that's usually not hugely helpful. Only matters when you would draw those cards again and be impacted by it. In Act 1, I can think of this being pretty useful against certain elites. You destroy defends in your hand against a Grumlinob, or just starter cards against a Lagavulin. Destroy burns against Hexaghost. On its own, though, like I said, if you're not getting some kind of beneficial effect from the Elixir, it really doesn't do that much. However, if you have powers or relics that activate when cards are exhausted, that's when the Elixir gets really spicy. With Dark Embrace or Feel No Pain, again, this is an Ironclad only potion, so we can talk about Ironclad specific cards. With Dark Embrace or Feel No Pain, you can gain card draw or block for those cards being exhausted. With Dead Branch, you can get extra cards added to your hand, and with Charon's Ashes, you can deal AoE damage with each card that's being exhausted. And those things can make the Elixir very powerful. That said, most of the time when I see Elixir, I don't feel like it's doing a whole lot, and I'd rather have a potion with an immediate impact. So I don't tend to think that the Elixir rates that highly, but I can't in good conscience put it in the lowest tier. So that's my ranking. C tier for the Elixir. Get these lower tiers populated. How about the Swift Potion? Just a draw 3 cards. Draw is good. I tend to think that being able to draw draw cards is very, very nice. And a little bit of card draw goes a long way. I do think that Gambler's Brew is better than the Swift Potion, since the Gambler's Brew is usually at least able to draw 5, but can be a lot more. Whereas Swift Potion is just always 3. So I think I'll put Swift Potion 1 tier below the Gambler's Brew. Notably, though, the Swift Potion does benefit from Sacred Bark, whereas the Gambler's Brew doesn't. But I would also rank this as a fairly average potion, the Swift Potion. Later in the game, so it's, a lot of these are going to depend on what act you're in. For example, in the late game, I'd always prefer a Swift Potion over a Fire Potion. But in Act 1, I'd always prefer a Fire Potion over a Swift Potion. Energy Potion. 2 unconditional energy. Energy is good. I think most of the time, energy can be used to get some kind of additional numerical value, especially if you have a more expensive deck. Probably just put this 1 tier below the Bottled Miracle. Solidly in B tier there. 2 additional energy. Can help you get a power in play. Can help you finish off a wounded enemy. Doesn't have any hugely special or interesting interactions. One of the OG potions from launch version of Slay the Spire. Beards and Bacon says, love me a Swift Potion against Spear and Shield on turn 2. Big agree, but would also prefer a Gambler's Brew even more on that exact turn. In either case, yes, I strongly agree that extra draw against Spear and Shield is very helpful. How about the what is this? Liquid Memories, excuse me. Liquid Memories lets us get a card back from the discard pile. I tend to think Liquid Memories is very nearly functionally identical to the Duplication Potion, because you can play a card, get it back from the discard pile, play it again. That's essentially duplicating it. There are a few cards where that's not the case. The Duplication Potion can double a card that exhausts or removes itself from play, such as a power or an exhausting card. But the Liquid Memories can let you get a card back from a previous turn. Liquid Memories also makes the card at 0 cost, which can be very helpful for doing things like playing a very expensive card for free, like discarding on purpose a 3-cost card, a Demon Form, a Meteor Strike, something like that, and then Liquid Memories to get it into play. Very, very powerful. Very, very powerful. Poison Potion. Poison Potion is 6 poison. If you wait all 6 turns, the Poison Potion will deal 21 damage, making it theoretically slightly better than a Fire Potion. In practice, I usually only tend to see this potion do the first 3 ticks of damage. 6 plus 5 plus 4, which is 15. And I think that's the consistent damage you can get from the Poison Potion. Now, if you're a Silent who has poison damage, and remember this Poison Potion is a silent-only potion, then the Poison Potion can be a nice way to kind of stack your poison higher against a troublesome elite or a boss, particularly if you've got Catalyst. A Poison Potion can be really nasty. You can also use the Poison Potion to remove a layer of artifact from foes, as it does count as a debuff. That said, the Poison Potion overall doesn't really cut it most of the time. Tend to find that either there are potions that are able to get more numerical damage for me, like a Fear Potion or something, and I'm not going to rank Fear Potion that highly either. Or I just don't need the damage. I think I'll end up putting the Poison Potion down in C tier. It's a decent damage potion. Not that consistent, but does have a few ways to boost it, at least. That's right. Before patch, not 2.0, I think 1 point something. Or was it 2.0? Anyway, it used to be an all characters potion. That's correct. And it was much worse back then. Now that it's silent only, at least has a reasonable chance of being relevant. That said, I think C tier is about to get more populated here because we're rating the Potion of Capacity. Potion of Capacity gives you 2 more orb slots, which can be exactly what you need. However, the chance that 2 orb slots are exactly what you need versus the chance that a Potion of Capacity shows up are unfortunately not usually in alignment with one another. There are a few potions I'm more disappointed to see in Act 1, especially also Act 2, than a Potion of Capacity. 2 additional orb slots doesn't actually provide you any numerical impact unless you can fill those orb slots, and I'm rarely in a position to do so when this thing shows up. That said, orb slots are invaluable on the defect, and if you've got focus and good orb generation, or you've got to consume, this thing can be a game changer. Especially if you have Sacred Bark or have multiple copies of them. I think overall, not quite a D tier. I can't in good conscience put the Potion of Capacity in D tier because I guarantee I've won heart fights off the back of this thing. But it is all too often the case that additional orb slots are actually a penalty to the defect, preventing you from evoking orbs and outright hurting you. You can see this in inserter starts on defects, where the additional orb slots are actually a severe hindrance. For that reason, this potion might just be useless to you when it shows up, and I cannot in good conscience rank it highly. How about the Power Potion? Power Potion's interesting because I feel like I have to rate this one on a per class basis. The powers are so different for each of the characters. For example, I think a Power Potion on Defect is very good because there are a lot of high cost powers you can get for free. And I think a Power Potion on Watcher is not very good because the Watcher powers usually aren't that helpful. That said, a free, quote unquote, free power is always a nice thing to potentially have. And there's a lot of theoretical use you can get from this. Every character has at least one really nice hit from the Power Potion. At the very minimum, the 4 different form cards, Demon Form, Deva Form, Wraith Form, and Echo Form are all very, very powerful finds. But the Power Potion suffers from the problem of inconsistency. You're not guaranteed to get any particular outcome. And that does make it a little unreliable. I don't think it's a C-tier potion, the Power Potion. I think the Power Potion does have a pretty good performance overall. I don't think it fits in A-tier either because it's inconsistent, so I must conclude that it's in B-tier. Kind of interesting with Sacred Bark, if you have Sacred Bark, you'll get 2 copies of the same power when you play this. Special note for the Ironclads specifically, the card Dual Wield can create multiple copies of a card created from the Power Potion, and they'll all be 0 cost if you do that. I've got a lot of specific thoughts on particular use cases for the Power Potion. I do tend to think of it as a boss answer. Specifically, I love Power Potions going into the heart, because there are so many different powers that help against heart. I think that's part of the design of the heart fight, is that almost all of the different ways the characters can scale themselves all contribute in some way to that fight. Can definitely be awkward with Silent. I agree, Doreko. That's why my favorite answer is have Retain. And if you find a Wraith Form from the Power Potion, you just get to hold on to it and play it for 3 cost later. If you don't find Wraith Form, you just get a power. All right, regen potion. I think regen potion's nice. Very easy to get value out of. But at the same time, it can be difficult to get all 15 health from this thing. Regen potion heals you for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 over 5 turns of a fight. You have to know that you're in a combat that's going to last enough time. Otherwise, you can waste some of the value of it. That said, it's almost always easy to get at least most of the health from a regen potion. I think a pretty solid... Actually, no, I'm going to put it in C tier with the block potion, because I think it's about as good as a block potion on average. If you min-max it, it's 3 more health than a block potion. Otherwise, it could be less. The big noteworthy thing with the regen potion is that it's more powerful in duplicate or triplicate. If you find 2 of them, then you can get a lot more health out of it. It's also better than, it's better than block because it's actual health restoration, which is relatively hard to come by in Slay the Spire. Maybe that does justify B tier. I want it to be like C+. I would definitely take a regen potion over a fire potion most days. I'll let it be in B tier. With Sacred Mark, I would say it's A tier. Just a tremendous amount of health. Where's the borderline? We need infinite numbers of tiers. Every potion has its own tier, and then we just rank them from top to bottom. Be kind of interesting. Block Pot Plus. Skill Potion. I don't like skill potions very much. I might have Essence of Steel as the only D tier potion. That can't quite be true. I can't in good conscience put a skill potion higher than C tier. No matter what character you're talking about, skill potions are very unreliable. Every character has a lot of different skills, and you never know what you're going to get. It might be card draw, it might be damage, it might be 3 useless cards, which is often how I tend to feel about the skill potion. Without being able to know what you're going to get, timing the skill potion is really hard. But sometimes it does bail you out. This can generate 0-cost Nightmare, 0-cost Vault, 0-cost Impervious on various characters, but it's unreliable. It's unreliable. Win conditions sometimes, nothing most times. Good description. Good description. My recommended uses for the skill potion are... It can be a nice I need block situation, because there are a lot of blocks that are skills. More accurately, all of the blocks are skills, so you can only get block cards out of a skill potion. But it's not guaranteed to give you block. So a skill potion is best used in a situation where you can make use of either offense or defense. You just need something additional. In which case, any potion would probably help you, right? Smoke Bomb. Smoke Bomb lets you flee 1 combat. You don't get any rewards, which is the part I take issue with. Rewards are good. You need them in Slay the Spire to get stronger, to scale your deck up, to be powerful. There are some interesting glitches you can do with the Smoke Bomb. Some of which we discovered on here on this channel. Let's see, do I have the command? Yeah. For example, you can use the Smoke Bomb and then win a combat to glitch out the next combat and skip through it. You can also Smoke Bomb away from the Spear and Shield if you throw the Smoke Bomb at the start of the fight before the surrounded effect loads in. You're quick enough, you can actually just leave instantly from Spear and Shield. I should show that off someday. However, if you play Smoke Bomb by the rules, it's a terrible potion. It saves you, maybe, from a combat that you're having trouble in, but the fact that you get no rewards means you're just going to be in trouble in the next combat. Or later down the road. And I cannot, in good conscience, recommend the Smoke Bomb for most situations. The other use case for it is the first combat of the Colosseum event in Act 2, when you're accosted by 2 slavers. That fight gives no rewards normally, so you may use the smoke bomb to flee from it for free. Smoke bomb is a lose more potion instead of a win more. Yes, that's a great description of it. Lose more potion. How about the Snekko oil? Snekko oil is very interesting. Quite unique amongst potions. Draw 5 cards, then randomize the cost of every card in your hand. 2 things that are individually kind of powerful, but when combined can be awkward. Awkward, indeed. At its worst, Snekko Oil turns your most important cards into 3-cost cards, and they stay that way for the rest of the fight. At best, Snekko Oil draws you 5 cards, and then gives you a discount on key ones. Snekko Oil can result in 0-cost bludgeons or echo forms, or whatnot. My advised use case for the Snekko Oil is a situation where you either need to draw lots more cards immediately, so you're really benefiting from the draw 5, or a situation where you already have a 2 or 3 cost card in your hand, and you would like to try to get that for cheap. I also recommend Snekko Oil in situations where the fight is not expected to go on much longer one way or the other, because a low roll from the Snekko Oil can really hurt you. Hilariously, this potion does draw 10 if you have Sacred Bark. So you just fill your hand and then randomize costs. Because of Snekko Oil's unreliability, I can't in good conscience put it into the high tiers, but it does have uses, more uses than I think people would expect. And I'm going to put it into the B tier. Also incredible with any card that costs more than 3 normally, like Omniscience or Meteor Strike. Elder Sievert says, I think that Snekko Oil would be significantly better if the costs reverted at the end of the turn. I think so too. But the fact that it can permanently make cards more or less expensive is at least unique. Alright, Stance Potion. I think Stance Potion is one of the better potions. It's not quite as good as a Divinity Potion on Watcher, but simply being able to either get 2 energy by entering Calm at a time of your choice, or better yet, Wrath whenever you need it, is heckin' useful, and definitely one of the best potions the Watcher has access to. Not quite up there with Ambrosia, but dang good. Dang good potion. Also pretty good potion, the Strength Potion. 2 points of Strength, makes all your attacks do 2 more damage. Almost every character really likes the Strength Potion for its consistent damage output. Whether it's early game or late game, Strength Potion is always contributing. Big exception is decks that do damage almost entirely with skills or powers. That can be Defect and Silent in the late game, particularly. Most other characters will still benefit from Strength. So I think it's pretty good. Not quite up there with Flex, which has the higher top end and a bit more flexibility. But Strength is good. Strength is good. Thorns. Thorns Potion is one of the worst damage potions, I tend to think. In many combats, a Thorns Potion will only be 3 or maybe even not even 3 damage per turn to one enemy. But in certain fights, the Liquid Bronze can do a heck of a lot of damage. And most notably, the Book of Stabbing and Hexaghost and the Heart, of course. The Heart with a times 15 attack. In those specific fights, the Liquid Bronze can be very, very useful, but overall, I think the Thorns Potion is pretty sad. Oh, and birds, of course. The birds. So there's maybe 5 or 6 specific combats where it's really, really good. That said, don't underestimate the power of a little bit of extra damage. Even if it's not a lot, you know, even if you're only able to get 9 damage out of a Thorns Potion during a fight, if that 9 damage can save you a lot of health, then it's still a good potion that you should use in that situation. Very notably, I have a distinct memory of a defect run that lived or died on the decision to use a Thorns Potion turn 1 against Reptomancer, because I needed 3 additional damage to kill one of her daggers before it hit me for 25. So that was an example of a fight where a very important late-game combat hinged entirely on the 3 damage the Thorns Potion can provide to me. Zutha says, a Thorns Potion could have kept my 11 win streak going by killing Gremlin Knob for me, too. Wow. Thorns Potion OP, apparently. Very cool. Very cool. So, a underperforming potion with some very good specific use cases. How I feel about the Thorns Pot. Alright, 2 final potions, the status potions, the weak potion and the fear potion. I don't tend to value these too highly, although weak potion can be very good mitigation. The problem with weak is that your opponent either has weak or doesn't has weak. A lot of the times, a well-constructed deck will have access to the weakened status already, meaning the potion is unnecessary. That said, weak potion can be a very, very useful assistant in blocking the late game, particularly against Heart. A well-timed weak potion can save, I want to say 28 health? 15 damage less on a multi-attack plus 13 damage less on a big hit? Something like that? Or is it 17? 67 goes to 50. So 32 health. Baylor math. Anyway, double digits amount of health saved with one of these weak potions in the late game, which can make it very, very good. But a lot of the time struggles to be as useful as a block potion. And again, doesn't stack with enemy being already weak. Is usable to consume an artifact charge like the other status potions. But overall, doesn't quite get there. I think the Fear Potion has a little bit more utility because you are more likely to be able to benefit from Vulnerable but not have it. Particularly on the Watcher and on the Silent. This can be a really big multiplier to your damage in the late game, but often faces the same trouble as the Weak Potion, which is that your opponent can either be vulnerable or not. They can't be double vulnerable, so you can't benefit from 2 of these. You can't really benefit from Sacred Bark Empowered version of these. Is 6 vulnerable instead of 3 is not that good. And if you really need the vulnerable, you've probably already secured it with a card. This one feels like a C+. I'm going to put it down in C tier, just with the weak potion. But I do think that the vulnerable potion has more overall utility than the weak potion. Neither are spectacular. Now, in specific contexts, any of these potions can perform any other of these potions. That's one of the beauties of Slay the Spire. But here is now our completed potion tier list for Slay the Spire. I think a pretty good distribution, just like previous tier lists. We got most of B tier, perfectly even C and A tiers, very small S and D tiers. That's a bell curve if ever I've seen one. Thanks so much for watching, everybody, and talking Potion Shop with me. Again, if you like this video, please do drop a like below, and please let me know what your personal favorite potion is, the one you're most happy to see early on in your Slay the Spire runs. Till then, have a good time, everybody. Thanks so much for watching, and toodaloo to you. All right, everybody. Thanks so much for hanging out while I got that recorded. I do feel compelled. We need a secondary tier list here. Hold on. I have to re-rank the potions now. Potion color tier list. Actually, you need to be... We need a new tier. Add a row below. Oh, that changed the color of D tier? What? Oh, I understand. Delete that one. Change this one to green. Green potions in this tier. White potions go in this tier. You have a green border, so you can participate. You're blue. Gray will go in the white tier. You're a blue potion. You're a blue potion. You're a blue potion. You're green. You can have a yellow tier in the middle. You're more yellow than green, but you'll be closer to the greens. Red should be up top. You're like purple. Purple tier. All the purple potions. This is more yellow than red. Or white. White with a red border. This is more green. Okay, yellow tier is going to be above the white tier. That's what I've decided. I guess gray has to be its own. Gray and white don't quite fit together. There we go. That feels more satisfying to me. This should be my video thumbnail. It should be. Maybe this one goes like up here. We'll put the white at the very top of the spectrum. Aesthetics tier. Now the shape of the flask has to be vertically consistent. Oh yeah, we gotta get all the circle potions in the same segment, if we can. I agree. Card potions should all be in the same. It's gotta happen. Square potions. It's hip to be square. Of course, that's gonna... I have to keep reshuffling them. Sadness. Sadness. Plus, I feel like if I correctly align all the potions, then I'll get a bunch of points and they'll all destroy themselves. And then I won't have my potion tier list anymore. Value10 says, guess the aura around the potion signifies that it's of a specific class. Yes. This aura only appears in-game if you're looking at the potion compendium. I guess the potion lab is what the game calls it. Here, let me show you, since we're about to boot up Spire here. I'll show you in the game. Thank you for joining us into the Breach music. Never knew until today Blood Potion was Ironclad specific. Indeed. So here's the Potion Lab as it looks in Slay the Spire, and there's that same aura around each of the potions. That are class specific. So purple aura around the Watcher. I like the vertical alignment here. Green aura around Silent Potions. Red around Ironclad. Blue around the defects. Didn't talk that much about the rarities during the potion tier list, but this also breaks them down into common, uncommon, and rare potions. The 3 different rarities have different drop rates. I want to say 65%, 25%, 10%, something like that. For common, uncommon, rare. I don't remember exactly. But I believe you see the rare potions comparatively more often because there are fewer of them. So even though the rare chance is smaller, you'll see a given rare potion twice as often as you'll see a given common potion, for the most part. Rare potions used to be 5%, but now they're 10%. That I do know. They boosted the rare potion chance when they added a whole bunch of rare potions to the game with the potion patch. So these days, back when it was only Fairy in a Bottle, Smoke Bomb, Entropic Brew, Fruit Juice, it was a lot lower chance of a rare. Yeah, some of the strongest potions, including the Duplication Potion, are in uncommon. But the other S tiers, the Ambrosia, the Ghost in a Jar, those are both rares. Oh, that's right. Yeah, and Fairy in a Bottle back then was only a 10% heal, not a 30%. That was much worse. Our previous run as defect did ultimately perish to the heart, just barely. But it did. This was a really cool run. We were able to survive longer in the heart fight with a hologram infinite, but it didn't quite work out for us. So we're going again with the robot in blue here. And this time I'm leaning towards boss swapping as a start option, although we do have a forced early elite, which does disincentivize that a little bit. Let's see, any path that's like super powerful? Not really. All kind of stinky, actually. 2 elites maximum, lots of danger, very few upgrade sites. I'll definitely take a boss relic then. The Snekko failed us, but will the Snekko redeem us on this run? Because we have a Snekko Eye right now on floor 1. 2 additional cards each turn, but start combat confused. A starting Snekko Eye is a mighty powerful thing, as it means we can draft cards this whole run with the confidence that the cost doesn't matter and the points are made up. To get a Snekko run off the ground, we first need a couple of high-impact cards. One of the best ways to go to get such cards is to go to a shop, because rarity chance is higher in a shop. We can also just hope for good results from our first 3 combats. Sunder would be perfect. What we don't want to do is rush headlong into an elite and get killed. So let's just start taking card rewards here. I think Snekko often asks a bit of a sacrifice. This is no exception. Can't play much in the way of block, but I'll try. Sometimes you only get to play 2 or 3 cards from your hand. Snekko Eye really chooses what those cards are. But I tend to feel that the bad turns are averaged out by the good turns, where you're able to play more than 3 energy worth of cards. Like that turn there. Give me something good. Yeah, those are pretty good. Cold Snap Melter and Ball Lightning, all pretty decent attacks in their own merit. I would be happy with any one of these on floor 1, whether it was a Snekko run or not a Snekko run. Probably will take the Ball Lightning for the high damage output overall, and the additional Lightning Orb, but I wouldn't actually call you wrong for picking Melter here. Let's go with the Ball Lightning. Cold Snap's not terrible either. A little bit less damage. A bit more defensive with the Frost Orb. Let's keep taking card rewards. 0 cost. 0 cost. I can actually strike 1, 2, 3 times, so we can just kill and then do 18 here. 6 plus 8. Yeah, let's do that. Beautiful. 4 + 4, not enough. 5 + 3 + 3, also not enough. So we defend 2 times? We defend 2 times. Take 2. There's a weak potion. That's right, Fire Drawn. The average... You can think of the average card as being 1.5 costs with Snekko, but that doesn't quite paint the true picture. The way I like to look at it is the more cards you draw, the more of them will be 0 cost. $18, $16, same difference. Do I take a Chaos, a Beam Cell, or a Program, or nothing here? I'm reasonably happy with nothing. None of these are hugely impactful cards. Reprogram could work with Snekko Eye. Although it would need an upgrade and we'd have to build around it somewhat. I don't think it's a particularly good card with Snekko Eye unless we were also able to find a Meteor Strike and or a Hyper Beam. Don't think I'll be taking this one. Let's just skip for now. Try to find something a little bit more powerful to include in this deck. Okay, 0 cost defend is good. 2 cost ball lightning, 1 cost strike. Maybe we win next turn. Or maybe Snekko punishes us this turn. Ouch. Can only play 1 block card and I can't kill. So we're taking some damage here. 3 strikes also doesn't kill, right? 18 plus 6 is 24 damage. So we're 1 off from a kill here. Because of course we are. Creative Owl. Making a very early appearance here on floor 3. Creative Owl is a 3-cost card. It'd be random cost with the Snekko Eye. However, Creative Owl generates a random power each turn. And that random power is regular cost. That said, I like it. I like it a lot with our Snekko Eye. It's going to give us a way to beat our first elite here pretty reliably, because I am going to this shop now. Let's try it. It's going to go really well with orbs if we can find some way to generate orbs. Hand Agreed would have been nice. Hologram is pretty nice. Potions are pretty nice. Ravenhawk, thank you so much for 500 bits of support. It's a real shame I can't afford Hand Agreed. As that would have been beautiful here. Probably going to end up upgrading, or taking this hologram, excuse me, not upgrading it. Taking this hologram. And probably removing a strike? Actually, maybe remove Zap. Now let's remove a strike. They're both pretty comparably bad. Zap at least could be upgraded mid-combat to be 0 cost, and it'll work with any focus from the creative AI powers. Hologram retrieves cards at their Snekko cost, which is what makes it so strong here as an option. Okay, I'm not feeling that strong going into this elite here. 2 random upgrades could whiff entirely. I don't think this is a good idea. Normally I advocate for taking this event, but we have 3 different cards for which the upgrade doesn't matter at all. The Zap, upgrading to 0 cost, Dual Cast, upgrading to 0 cost, Creative AI, upgrading to 2 cost. All 3 of these are worthless because of Snekko Eye. So random upgrades really don't appeal to me. I walk around, wondering what could have been. Don't have any hugely good upgrades. We could upgrade our Ball Lightning because it's our best damage card. But I think I might just prefer to rest here. And allow our deck to speak for itself in the next fight. Gremlin Knob could really hurt. Let's rest. Okay, this is a Gremlin Knob. I can play Creative AI on turn 1. I guess I will. There's lots of different powers we can get that could really help me. It's not like I could play the Zap anyway. We can go Loop Strike here, do a little bit more damage, hoping for a buffer next turn, maybe. Is it time for the Weak Potion? It might be. Good news is we can't fight Knob twice, so if we get through, then we get through. Buffer. Storm? Well, I guess that's okay. 0 cost hologram. 3 cost Ball Lightning is a real problem here, though. Problem Town. If only Ball Lightning had been cheap and we could play it multiple times here. I think we have to go Storm, then Strike. Dual Cast would be good damage, but I don't get to loop the Lightning Orb if I do that. I can Hologram the Strike. That also prevents me from redrawing Holograms, so I think that's worth it, despite the increased damage here. Do I play Defend? No. Not because... Not if I have to survive another turn, which it looks like I do. Thanks, Creative AI. You sure contributed to my victory here. Guess it's better to play Creative AI than Strike. We get another Lightning Orb, and I don't draw this again. I'm not going to play the Zap. We should be able to kill next turn. Thank you, Weak Potion, for keeping me alive. Alright, we're through. We got ourselves a Tori, reducing unblocked attack damage from 5 down to 1. We get a Power Potion, and we get one of these cards. If we want it, not sure we do. Well, that hurt a lot. Sweeping Beam is my first chance at area damage here. It's not great, but I might have to take it. I think we do. Take the Golden Idol for some max health. It's not like I have any. Oh. Oh. Okay. Well, that could certainly contribute. Dead Branch says whenever we exhaust a card, we also gain a card. Hologram notably exhausts. Very exciting. Thanks for the Cold Snap, Dead Branch. That was a turn. I might take 1 damage here. If both Lightning Orbs had struck the Louse, or the Fungi Beast. Okay. Auto Shields is a pretty good card. 11 block. I also don't mind a charged battery with a Snekko Eye. 7 block. And more energy on the next turn is always nice. Despite our health situation, I think I am going to fight this Elite. Although I worry about what might follow. We certainly could end up dead before Hexaghost. But I'm going to risk it here. I think I'll take the battery over the auto shields. Ultimately. A little bit less block, but we can use it with, you can use it with Hologram, very importantly. Sentry should be very manageable thanks to Tori here. May also choose to use the power potion here. Let's do it. Take a free echo form. That sounds grand. That sounds great. Multiple orbs, please. So, first card we play each turn gets doubled. I'm feeling double Sweeping Beam here. Draw 2 and 12 damage to all of them. We could double Creative AI, we could double Defend. All pretty acceptable options. Let's double Sweeping Beam. I could even hologram it to play it a third time here. And we got a zero-cost charge battery. How beautiful. Oh, wait. Sweeping Beam didn't go to the discard pile? Interesting. Not sure I understand. The second cast reshuffled, so the first one went to the first one played, then went to the discard pile, then the Echo Firm version played and shuffled the one we were playing. Generally speaking, when you reshuffle the draw pile with a card, that card doesn't go into the draw pile. That's why I'm confused here. But I understand now. Blap, blap. Double Defend. I have to say, I'm impressed with how much damage the Sweeping Beam did in that fight. Okay, that went really well. Only 1 health invested. We get the Eternal Feather, which will heal us before Hexaghost. Means we should be able to get through the act without any additional problems. And I love this card reward, offering us a Core Surge. Deck already wants a Bias Cognition, so a Core Surge is pretty cool to block a debuff. Core Surge also exhausts, meaning it works with our Dead Branch. Same is true of Hologram, though. But I'm taking Core Surge, thank you. The two nerds. Boop. Prevents us from becoming vulnerable. Which I suppose is nice. And a White Noise would be a really good card for this deck, just as a general rule. Focus Potion's pretty good. Tempest, interesting. X Lightning Orbs. Generates a new card with Dead Branch, but will never have energy to spend on that card. Still, it could be nice. I think just having a card that's not randomized with the Snekko Eye is pretty valuable. So I suppose that I'll take it. And we'll do one more combat, then an event. Boop. 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 Fight. Another card that's immune to the Snekko Eye, the Reinforced Body, is an X-cost block card, which I really value. Self-Repair could be nice here too, allowing us to heal ourselves at the end of combat. But I think I'll be taking this Reinforced Body. Have another X-cost card. Really like Reinforced, and it often becomes a part of my late-game block strategy. Give me card removal. Haha! Success. I will remove one more strike. That's right, with the Snekko Eye, X is always X. So these cards effectively completely ignore the Snekko Eye. Might be upgrading my beam for Act 2. Other upgrades that I think are okay here include the reinforced body for a much better block, hologram so it doesn't exhaust, although with Dead Branch I kind of want it to exhaust. Maybe charge battery for the block. I think my best upgrades are the sweeping beam and the reinforced body. With Act 2 coming up, let's upgrade this beam. You saw how many times we were able to play sweeping beam against the sentries. Imagine if each of those times had been +3 damage. Imagine. Not too worried about this Hexaghost fight overall. We have creative AI for our long term, and we have Tori to protect us from these attacks. Make sure creative AI gets in play next turn. Thanks for the auto shields. He. Okay, consume helps. If I play consume, I can't block this turn. Guess I won't. Not yet, anyway. We'll draw that card again. Buffer. Good. There's a bit of damage. Definitely falling behind damage-wise here. Starting to think I might need to use the focus potion for this fight. Inferno is going to be 6/6, so Tori won't protect me unless I draw the Go for the Eyes on the exact correct turn. I'm going to use this focus potion. I'm a little bit concerned here. We'll additionally employ the Fear Potion if I feel we need to. But I think this will be enough, especially with Capacitor consumed now. Flick, thank you so much for 23 months. Many moons of support. Block one, let Buffer block the other one. Play Machine Learning. Inferno very shortly here. Looks like we are going to draw Go for the Eyes on the turn, though, so we are okay here. As long as I don't draw any more cards. 6/6. This attack would kill me. Four by 6. This attack will tickle me. And with Static Discharge, it's going to do more than that to Hexaghost. Get him. GG. Full power. Been a long time since I've been able to take a Thunderstrike and feel okay about it. Normally, Thunderstrike is too expensive to be worth playing. Dealing 7 damage to a random enemy for every lightning channeled this combat. With Snekko Eye, it's actually not bad. Can even be a good hologram target. Although we'd need to step up lightning generation to really kick it into next gear. That would definitely mean we want to keep Zap, for sure. But we got Zap, Ball Lightning, and Tempest for lightning generation. We don't actually have any non-lightning generation. Kind of dig it. Amplify could also let us duplicate powers, although the random cost is going to be a bit of an issue. I'll take Thunderstrike. Second Core Surge not bad either, of course, with Dead Branch. But I don't feel like we need more than one. Pyramid. Pyramid Choker. Come on. Spire. Spire, why? Pyramid with Snekko Eye is a big trap, preventing us from discarding our hand. If that hand is random cost, and we're stuck with it, it could be very bad. Velvet Choker, meanwhile, limits us to 6 cards per turn. That could be actually decent, considering the deck. I think it is the most reliable take at the moment. But will hurt us in the long run, especially with hologram loops and such. So I'm thinking Slaver's Collar. This is extra energy during bosses and elites, but no downside otherwise. And the goal becomes, try to minimize the number of regular fights we're in. Maximize fires, elites, and rest sites. Rest sites, events, and elites. Maybe not elites, though. Maybe just maximize rest sites. Every rest site heals me. Every rest site is an upgrade. Oh man, I owe chat some dad jokes during the potion segment, too. I meant to do 2 dad jokes, so I think I owe us 3. Oh, and chat's gonna chip in too? I like it. What card do you send Hollow Knight on his birthday? A hologram. Alternately, how much does the defect weigh? 1 hologram. It's like a 4 elite path. I don't think we're ever surviving that, though. Or 6 half-quality dad jokes. The dad's dozen. The dad's dozen. Why'd the hipster burn his mouth on his coffee? He drank it before it was cool. Oof. Who does the Hollow Knight visit on his weekends? His hologram. That one got a hollow groan out of me. Oof. Oof. Where does the defect get his potions, anyway? What if this friend we've been considering, our dear friend Creative Al, what if he's the source of these potions? Creative Al? Alchemist? Coincidence? I don't know. I don't think so. Creative Alchemist. What does it mean? We're too poor to make an early shop worthwhile. The shop looks more reasonable. Definitely leaning towards the left here. This abundance of rest sites making me feel comfortable with Eternal Feather. Really don't know how much health I'm going to lose in any given combat with Snekko. It could turn out really favorable, or we could have a opening draw like this into Disaster Town. Guess I'll play the AI, but ooh, this is not a fight where you want long-term strength. This is like Charge Battery, Discharge Tempest. Something like that. Take 1. Don't become frail, though. Everyone loves to see a 0-cost Thunderstrike dealing 28 damage. That's what I'm here for. Oh? 26, you say? Well, Don't mind if I do. GG. That went beautifully. That went really beautifully, and if we can get more things like that to happen, we're going to have a good time. I think some additional energy generation could really do this deck wonders. Wondering if an aggregate will ever be, on average, positive. I think with an upgrade it can be. 1 energy for every 3 cards. Especially as we add more cards to the deck, and this deck will want more cards. I think an aggregate can become a energy positive contributor to our overall plan here. Ooh, nice chill. Ball lightning, then Thunderstrike? I think so. And I'll take 1 day's next turn for 1 more energy next turn. 24. Alright. Maybe I will. 22. Only take 1. Beautiful. Zap. Poke those orbs. Second copy of Tempest. That I really like to go with our Thunderstrike. We could also consider Capacitor to give us more orb slots to work with. But I think I like the idea of just adding more lightning generation. This deck really does want a Chemex now. It's also more card exhaust with Dead Branch. Algorithm is also early enough and Dead Branch enough to be worth considering here. But I'm inclined to go double Tempest. Especially with Aggregate. And I'll take 1 more fight right now. I think I'm avoiding that elite. What a fight it is. That was 0 cost? I could have played Aggregate, Tempest first there. That would have been fascinating. Block for 5, or just Tempest it up. Trying to kill this nerd. Block the vulnerable. What do you got, Tempest? Good. Maybe you should have played the other one just for the random card. 0 cost Thunderstrike. Don't be ridiculous. Okay. I think we're onto something. These nerds. 30 health should be enough to defeat them. A reasonable fee of all my gold. Will do. Heh. Heh. If we pay them, not only do we lose all our money, but they call us a loser. And that we cannot abide. Let's fight. Again, 0 cost aggregates. So this is +3 energy. And I can even hologram it for more. Start with that. Gain 3. Let's put Melter on. I don't really care about the weakness. Let's just do damage to Romeo here. Draw more cards. Sweet. could block the debuff with the Ancient Potion. That might be worth doing, actually. Let's do that. Echo Form is nice, but at 3 cost, I don't think I'm going to be able to play it here. So there's more pressing concerns. Definitely happy I blocked Bear's debuff at this moment. Zero cost defends get played always. I'd like to KO Romeo if possible. We've got what? Dual cast and Core Surge or dual cast Ball Lightning Strike. In either case, I would need 1 Lightning Orb Strike on Romeo to kill him. Bear's debuff is -4 dexterity, so our block cards would have been almost useless here. No hits. Okay. In that case, I might just block number 3. Let's do that. Oh. Oh, the luck. Okay, do kill him. Great reboot. Hologram buffer and play it. That won't help me, though. I'm not able to defeat Bear. Hologram All for One. Play All for One, get back Strike and Charge Battery. Melter would do 10 damage, bringing Bear to 9, and then I can hologram the Strike, and we have a 75% chance of killing Bear. That works out pretty well, actually. I do live if that fails. Thunder Strike is not a guaranteed kill. It's just not enough hits if I can't play it 2 times. So I do like the Melter Hologram Strike line quite a lot. I don't think there's anything better I can do. Let's hologram the Strike first, see what the random card is. It's a 1-cost Melter. Does that help me at all? Actually, no. Hilarious. Okay, well, that didn't change anything. Get him, Lightning Orbs. No! Ow. That's why you can't trust Lightning Orbs. You just can't. Is it all over here? Nay, we could get apparitions. Lose max health, become intangible. Snekko Eye, very interesting. I actually quite like this. We're at very, very low health, so taking apparitions here is not bad, and we'll be back up to full health easy with the Eternal Feather. I do think apparitions plus Snekko is awkward, but the time purchased to build up lightning power feels very nice. I'm gonna try this. Also makes the heal a little bit better. And they work with Dead Ranch. Upgrade Aggregate first. I'll probably upgrade at least one of these apparitions, too. Transform Defend into Reboot. That's not bad. Let's get one apparition upgraded. I might upgrade this Thunder Strike. That's telling. Kunai. If we play 3 attacks in 1 turn, gain a point of dex. Pretty unlikely that that's going to happen. Although the dex would be appreciated. I don't think so. Alright. Chemex? No, but Bias Cog, yes. I also like Equilibrium here, retaining our hand for a turn. Can be good with Snekko Eye. Sometimes awkward, but can be good. Of the 3 relics here, Preserved Insect probably the best, making elites easier to kill. Although our bonus energy in elite fights will already help us a lot. Go for that Burning Elite. With Apparitions, it's worth considering. Card removal's pretty good, although I can't card removal and bias cognition. Probably just going to take the biased here. Biased in the EQ. That'll do. I think I'd rather get 2 upgrades here. I want to upgrade Biased, and I want to upgrade either Thunderstrike or the Reinforced Body. So let's go this way, get 2 more upgrades. Skip out on the Burning Elite for now. For now. Conveniently timed apparitions. And we'll even let the static discharge contribute damage-wise. Blap, blap, blap. Blap. Beautiful. Bullseye could make our lightning orbs hit way harder. That's definitely an interesting option with the bias cognition. That's a good idea. Add 1. The Bullseye status amplifies damage from lightning and other orbs. Lightning and dark orbs by 1.5 times. Hot. Feeling focused. Should have equilibrium before I did that, I think. This is fine, though. The Blappening! This deck definitely wants a double energy now. Destroyed. Oh! More Better says, Electro card reward here. Guess what, More Better? You're correct. Electro card reward here indeed. Allowing our lightning orbs to hit all enemies and letting us channel more lightning orbs. Yes, please. Becomes a priority upgrade. We might want to just start upgrading all of these lightning orb generators to really empower the everything. I actually think I'll upgrade the Electro first. For that 1 more lightning orb. Art of War. Art of War is going to help a lot, too. Blap, blap, blap. Much blapping. None of the above. All unupgraded attacks that don't help. We're definitely not channeling enough Frost Orbs for Blizzard to be good. Excuse me, that's the Blappening. With a Snekko Eye, a Scrape works the way that you'd want it to. Any card that is randomly 0 cost when you draw it, you get to keep. Goal in this fight, channel a bunch of lightning orbs and then use the Thunderstrike to finish champ. We also have this one apparition for execute if we need it. My personal hope is that we don't. Gee, thanks, creative AI. Real contribution you're doing there. Debuff. Is it blapping time? Don't have a lot of time left, quite frankly. I'll wait one more round on the bias, though. Oh, we got two. Even better. Those will both get played next time I see them, then. Might I be able to reboot to preserve an apparition? Didn't occur to me there. But I like where your head's at. Another instance of zero-costed reboot. Definitely gonna play this, even if it makes me take some damage. I'm okay with that. Nice. Turbo into Glacier. Means I take no damage. Should have just kept Art of War. Runic Pyramid construction. Complete. Even though that aggregate was 3 cost, note that it generated energy for us. That's part of the reason I took an upgraded aggregate, is that I think it's going to become very, very powerful, no matter what it costs, pretty shortly here. It is now super duper go time. Hope Champ's ready to die. See you later, nerd. $152 damage. How about this, actually? GG. More spicy options. Another electrodynamics would be highly appropriate for this stack, although it does start to worry us a little bit against the Awakened one. Mostly this deck now wants more energy, period, and that's really all it takes. Second Core Surge, viable option. Maybe that's what I want more. Burger Flipper asks, is Bias Cog in the first card award good? Yes. I think Bias Cognition is an excellent first card. I want more Lightning Orbs to go with his Thunder Strike. I'm just going to be honest with everybody. Taking this Electro. And I'm taking more energy. Pretty happy with Curse Key. We already have our blue key, so we can simply skip chests to have more energy every turn. Otherwise, I have to give up my potions, and I think we could do a lot better than these 2 potions as defect. Last option, Tiny House, does give me notably 5 max health. But very happy with the Cursed Key. I think Amplify could have been relatively nice if added to this deck, allowing us to duplicate key powers at key times. However, didn't feel it was necessary. Or not as fun as just another Electro. So that I can do this. We... This is take 1, this is also take 1. There's no way to take 0. I'll take 1 this way, then. This deck's very fun. 12 block. It's not bad. We're a little light on the actual block cards. Something we should consider. Rather see a force field, though. Maybe another equilibrium, or another hologram. All of those would be pretty good. Blah, blah, blah. I have to say, this Thunderstrike's been a lot better than I expected. A lot better. Skim Plus, that's pretty sweet. Draw 4 cards with Snekko Eye. The more cards you can draw, the more zero-cost cards you're going to see. That's very good. Fusion could be okay as well, but Skim Plus is for sure the take there. Here's that force field I asked for. Some other amazing things here. Runic Capacitor gives us more orb slots, which is pretty spicy. Lantern would give us extra energy each turn. Or, sorry, each combat on turn 1, not every turn. Removing a strike would help us find the important cards early. Really inclined to go Runic Capacitor here. Especially if I can find some Frost. Hey, Cold Snap. Do I take that Cold Snap because of how badly I want Frost? I don't know. Storm is also reasonable here. Let's verify. Who's our first boss? Not Awakened one. Good. I can go Capacitor and Storm. That's really entertaining. But is it good? I don't know. Maybe we're better off with Storm remove Force Field? Oh well. Oh well. Better to be entertaining than to be good. Suppose I can't disagree with that, fundamentally. I don't want to do any attacks against it, because that could result in getting cursed. Let's just look for a kill here. And now you die. This deck just does so much damage from behind the intangibility of our apparitions. We have to make sure we don't make the deck too large so that we are unable to draw those apparitions. That said, Stack could be mighty powerful here as a block card. And if there was any one block card I would want to add, Stack is probably the best. Scrape could be a bunch of card draw. Turns off the Art of War, which is a little bit distressing. Let's skip for now. Ooh, double orb walkers. I think with apparitions, with energy potion, this can be okay. This is a pretty dangerous fight. Very front-loaded, so to speak. And notably, we don't get extra energy from the Slaver's Collar here. So I do have to be careful about that. However, Aggregate says I have 11 energy, so I don't think I'm too upset about not having 12. You know? Just food for thought. I'll lose these orbs, even though they are pretty good, because I want more card draw. Didn't get what I was hoping for. Shoot. Not needing block next turn either. Okay. Should have just kept the lightning orbs. But that's what this Tempest is for. GG. Get ourselves a Guria, letting me lift to gain strength at rest side. It's not something I'm planning on doing, but oh well. None of these cards appeal that much either. To the Burning Elite, it is a max health giant head. All right, let's see how much damage this deck can really do. How exciting. I'm not going to play that. Got a few turns to set up. I'm going to try not to lose apparitions early if possible. That's really up to the apparitions. These ones I'll play, so that I'm now intangible for a few turns. Keep getting energy from Art of War here. We wanted a bit more card draw, though. Oh, perfect. More card draw. Use this, but to what end? To no end. Art of War is already gone. Claw! One more turn of intangibility, then we gotta win. I think we'll figure it out. Okay. Something like Fission Tempest. Every orb we lose is an orb I can get back. So there's no reason not to do that. Oh, and even better, it makes Thunderstrike way stronger. That's right. 13 by 18. That's already going to be enough. So let's just change our tactics here. GG. Bronze Scales will do some nice damage back to opponents. Another chance at stack here. I think I'll take this one. Gives us block equal to the number of cards in the discard pile, which could be useful for some of the later fights. Excellent turn one. Against Transient. Hold off on Bias Cog for the moment. Lightning orbs go burr. Six block. one more. I can double apparition, but I think I can do better than that. Blippity blappity. Can we get the kill? That's the question. I'm gonna go with yes, based on this. Based on this turn. I have Echo Form in play. Let's double this aggregate. This is plus 7 energy times 2. Channel 14 more lightning orbs. And then the blappening begins. Get him. Yeah. So, Echo Form Hologram, getting back Aggregate. Oh, shoot. Can't get the other card back. Dead Branch foiled me there. I was going to get back Thunderstrike. But no. Someone had to ruin it. Shoot. Oh, shoot. That actually went rather badly. Dang it, Dead Branch. Thought I had a kill, but now I have nothing. I'll reboot and potentially have to use the energy potion here. Looks like a yes. I do have to use the energy potion here. It's 30 off. Oh yeah, this is gonna hurt. Let me make sure I'm not dead. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that is 10. 76 minus 30 is 46. We're being hit for 46 here. Oh, jeez. Well, that went really badly because of a basic mistake. That's unfortunate. So 21, 27. Minus 46, take 19. Okay. That's what the Eternal Feather's for, though. We can get all of that health back here. Ow. Eat sinks. Whenever you play a power card, draw a card, I'm in. I'm gonna skip this. I do not want a Normality Curse right now, or any kind of curse at all. We have the Cursed Key. So we will be not opening this chest, simply skipping over it, and facing Repto with 11 health. Good luck to me. Good luck to me. A reboot here. Okay. Yes. A little concerned here. Cast Fusion Stack. No Electro, no Apparition. That's a bit worrisome. That is a bit worrisome. I think we start by playing the defrag. Draws me one card. Might have to skim next. We're hoping to draw cards until we find either one of the apparitions or a block card or something. That's not it. I think skim next. Although it only draws 3. All of the other cards are very expensive. Let's draw next. Okay, we have an apparition. Everything's fine. Good. Disaster averted. Taking up to 6 damage here, though, out of my 11 health if I choose not to block. But I think I need to get this Bias Cog in play. Don't play this strike because of the Art of War. Play 1 Tempest. Get 1 more new card. My face. Good. Even better. Get in there, Buffer. Smiling Mask will make for cheap removals at shops, which is appreciated. A regen potion could get me my health back, which is also appreciated. Could take a Ball Lightning Plus for a bit more lightning, but I don't think we need it. That went better than it had any right to. Let's just call it that. Some pretty good upgrades here. I like the Heat Sinks upgrade. I like the Thunderstrike upgrade. I like getting the other apparitions upgraded. I think the Thunderstrike upgrade is probably overkill. We would rather upgrade the number of lightning orbs generated. But let's upgrade the Heat Sinks to improve our card draw as our first priority. Figure it out from there. By 3. Just hold on to that. Zap, 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 zap. More zapping. I don't care if you're intangible or not. It's not going to stop me. Healing. Speed Potion could be permanent dexterity with this Core Surge. We're talking about one of that interactions for the Speed Potion today. Not that good on its own, but if made permanent, pretty powerful. Hey there, Robinod. We have not seen a single Glacier. I assure you I would have clicked on one if we had. Single energy Frost Orbs like Cold Snap and Cooler-Headed have made appearances, but I haven't bothered to take them. for various reasons. Debuff me if you must, demon. But know that my apparitions will blot out the sun. As will my heatsinks. Easy. Seven by 14. Okay, here's a pretty reasonable Frost card. Cool-Headed Plus. Channels a Frost Orb and draws 2 new cards. That I might consider. Chill is not bad either. 1 Frost per enemy in combat, although it exhausts, which is maybe good. Let's take the Cool-Headed. Could be essential against a Awakened one. And I'll take 1 event here at the very end. Sensory Stone. I'm about to get a full heal, so let's look at 3. Finesse, Violence, Purity with Dead Branch, interesting. Dark Shackles, very nice. Bomb, also kind of hilarious, although I feel like we've got the damage sorted. Let's get some survivability cards. Dark Shackles, and I'll take the Purity with the Dead Branch. Our last upgrade is going to be one of these Tempests, or a block card. Radar Hologram, actually. For the last couple fights, especially with the Speed Potion, I feel like it's going to be essential that I'm able to use that card multiple times. Or else. Just Tempest for 9? Take a bunch of damage? Don't think so. Much better. Much better. Four more cards. Dark Shackles, Hologram, Tempest. Equilibrium. Tempest. Hologram. Let's try that. Vision's great here for its ability to power up our Thunderstrike. Could block the Hyper Beam debuff, but I don't feel the need to. By 3, he says. $140. 24. Okay, I'm just going to Liquid Memories the Thunder Strike here. GG. Our second boss is the Awakened One, who is definitely concerning to me. Because this boss gains strength every time we play a power card. And that is deeply troubling. That is deeply troubling. Multi-attacking right out of the gate, too. Oh boy. So if I hologram reinforced for 4, I take a ton of damage. Yikes. Do not like this situation at all with the current card cost that I've rolled. I'm going to Purity 3 cards here. This. Not describe that as having helped the situation much. Actually, no, it did, because now I can Core Surge the Speed Potion. Or the Bias Cog, but the Bias Cog would just get me killed instantly. So... move this way. Well, that's getting played. For sure. Multi-attacking again. Very rude. Let's double these apparitions. 2 turns of intangible. Not 1, but 2. Save this one so I can double it on a future turn. That's nice to have. Hog. Well, don't mind if I do. Not yet. This might get played. I think this is going to get played too. Truth is, Awakened One, I don't care how much strength you have. Not really. Not at the end of the day. I got another reboot. Cute. Actually, some of the cards I want to draw, so let's try that again. You too, buddy. He's doing his best. But guess what? His best ain't good enough. Perfect. There we are. Okay, give me 21 lightning orbs. Yeah. Like that. Stop. We got buffer. So I have nothing to fear here, but fear itself. Ten, 10, 18. Just take the hit here. I have 3 storms. Okay. Seems good. GG, bird. GG. Did cost me both my potions, but we can always buy those back. The bird is dead. Two thump, a deep pulsing dread can be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the Spire, the source of all these power cards? You deal 2019 damage in 2022. The release date of the Spire. Ridiculous. For Herd, I'm going to upgrade at one more apparition here. Decrease the chance that we get a particularly tough draw. Apotheosis could be interesting. Upgrading all of the cards in our deck. Of course, that means going with no potions. I could buy double skill potion. It's not my favorite, but it could do. Little late for the shard here. Apotheosis mostly upgrades all the tempests. Can't say I'm thrilled with any of this. Card remove, skill potion is fine. Apotheosis card removal is fine. What about the flex potion? Really don't do attack damage though. I get well with Thunderstrike. Flex potion's pretty powerful. Boat thingy for 14 block on turn 2, also pretty nice, but I'd rather remove a card. We're counting on an apparition turn 2 in either fight. The boat thingy won't make much of a difference there. Go one flex, one skill. I guess. Could take a static discharge for the heart, especially with the Tori. That could be a big deal. It's another power also. And apparitions? Alright. I like that too. Could be useful against these two also. Hey, that turn 1 14 energy tempest, anybody? Anybody? Only 10? Alright, fine. Die, don't die, don't die. Oh, I knew we should have bullseyed him. Shoot. Yeah, I thought about using Bullseye, and I didn't. Dang. Can't kill him. Cast Amplify Chaos. Amplify Bias Cog is hilarious. Doesn't help me much, though. That could help. Let's do it this way, then. Make sure I survive and reroll. Dang. Oof. My health. Followed by the rest of my health. No, we can aggregate reinforce here. And I have heat sinks, right? That is correct. Blech. Echoform is in play. So this is 7 times 30. 210 total damage. That's pretty good. More if I use this. See you nerds later. Okay, 20 health and a Blessing of the Forge is not ideal, but might be enough here. Blessing of the Forge notably able to save an apparition that gets drawn at the wrong time, or perhaps upgrade our static discharge or something. Overall, we are going to be fairly dependent on our draw order here in this fight. This is certainly not an encouraging turn 1. At least this is here to be hologrammed. Probably going to go defend and then Tempest for 4. Get 4 lightning orbs down. Skip the bullseye. Don't use this here. Might just die on this turn, depending. Okay, we have to draw a apparition or it's all over. We did not see one in the draw. We have to rely on reboot. And Beat of Death is going to eviscerate me, too. I think I'll upgrade reboot so it draws 6. That also lets me upgrade the static discharge here. Every card I play is going to cost me 2 health, though, so I can't play too many. Maybe I should play Storm? No, I need to be able to have as much energy as possible after the reboot. This won't keep me alive. This is only 25 block. Okay, odds are very low now that we survive. Have to go Heat Sinks Biased, and we have to draw an Apparition. Not likely. Not dead yet. It's 45. Uh, 45 still doesn't keep me alive. Keep drawing then. Ow. Alright, that exhausts. Wow, we drew a lot of cards, but it wasn't enough. GG. GG. That is unfortunately the risk when you take apparitions. Although, notably with this deck, apparitions or not, that hit was going to kill me. We needed something to save us. Either a really big reinforced body, and a 9 energy wasn't enough, as we saw, or an apparition there. GG. GG. Another run dies to Heart. The curse continues. Heart now on basically a 5 win streak, barring this one run. Phew. That said, that we're getting here so consistently is a really good feeling. And I don't mind one bit that we're losing all these runs. Core Surge turn 1 could have saved us too. That's right. GG. Was BaylorBot not connected? No, BaylorBot's here. Nick Izuber, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club, everybody. Well, the good news is now we get to play Defect again, because we did lose that Defect run. Going to take a quick break, refill the water, stretch the legs. When I return, we'll make another go with the Defects. See if we can't redeem ourselves there. BRB, everybody. Okie dokie facts. Folks, we are back. And I'm ready for some more defects. Can't believe that Snekko start didn't get there in the end. We had a really rough Act 1 with that Snekko. No powerful cards really appeared for us. But the Triple Tempest, I just had to try it. This is a tough act layout. We'll redeem the boss swap. I'm in. Yeah, the other really good one. Runic Pyramid. Means we no longer discard our cards at the end of each turn. Runic Pyramid start is one of the strongest things in Spire, if you ask me, and you should ask me, because this is my stream. Do I want to go to an early store? An early strike removal actually goes a long way with a Runic Pyramid, especially with Guardian, so I don't mind dipping into this or this store to strike remove. Not sure if we could go multiple elites here. This 3 elite path is theoretically the best, but in practice, I think it'll be difficult to manage. Big weakness of Runic Pyramid is, of course, turn 1. The turn that Runic Pyramid doesn't benefit you. Well, and this is also a good reason to remove a strike. So you don't have a turn 1 like this. Ow. My face! Oh my. Instantly some really good stuff here. I very, very much appreciate Go for the Eyes with Runic Pyramid, because it's always weaken on the turn you need it. It's also a 0-cost card, helping you avoid the dreaded Hand Clog. Ashraja, hello and welcome. Another YouTube convert arrives. Either Cold Snap or Hologram are also both fine. Cold Snap is an early frost source that is also contributing to damage. I'll take this Go for the Eyes, though. Hologram gets good, too. How dare you? How dare you, sir? Liquid Memories. Some interesting options. Hello World with Pyramids, kind of awkward. I don't mind a Steam Barrier, though. 0-cost block for 6. Is certainly welcome. Fractal Fruits, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Double Energy is interesting, letting us have one big turn, but currently we have nothing to spend the energy on. Don't really like it compared to a Steam Barrier. Grab the 0-cost block. Oof, no Bag of Prep for us this run. Had we taken the Cold Snap, an early Defrag would be tempting. Early Claw could be surprisingly good with Runic Pyramid. Pretty decent potions here, too. Can I get Bag of Prep from Elites this run? No, now that we've seen this relic, it can never appear this run. So we are forever off limits with turn 1 draw. That really does sting a bit, and is a good reason not to have gone to a shop. However, I do still think that removing a strike is a good choice here, and if I can add Ball Lightning or Claw, I'll think about it. I do think we're going to have to avoid the first Elite, though, because we're not in a position to defeat a Gremlin Knob or equivalent. 53. Not enough to buy an attack or anything other than the steam barrier. Okay. But that strike remove will prove great. My intended path from here then is to this fire and hopefully fight these two elites. But we might only fight one, and that would be okay. With the direction that we are building now. Other option is go combat, fire. Not sure how we'll fare. Our damage output's pretty low at the moment. Purity good with Pyramid? It can be. Purity can let you remove several cards from your hand, get rid of statuses that are clogging you, or just basic cards that you don't want to draw over and over again. I'll dig. 3, 4. Okay, a strike dummy for most of our health. Makes the remaining strikes do substantial damage and makes me pretty happy to avoid this elite combat. Very much so. I think Strike Dummy is one of the best early damage relics you can find. Especially if we can draw these strikes over and over again. Potion of Capacity, huh? Do love a Beam Cell. Beam Cell plus these empowered strikes will hit pretty hard. Pretty bound to put a card back on top, also viable. I don't think we want a Turbo. Normally it's good with Pyramid, but since I've already added several zero-cost cards, I don't think it's great. Beam Cell is definitely not strong enough to let us go here. So we'll go left more. And I'm going to upgrade our Beam Cell, I think. Well, less impactful with the Pyramid, but still good. Maybe upgrading Zapper Dualcast was the correct choice. No shops upcoming, so taking a curse for money is a bad deal here, especially a curse that does damage based on the number of cards in our hand. This regret could kill us very quickly. Give me the prey. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This is not my ideal use for the liquid memories. Might have to be, though. We need to kill one or more of these gray slimes quickly. I think we should just take out this one first. To reduce the damage by 6 per turn, but next turn we're still looking at 20 damage incoming. At least I'll get some decent blocks. Liquid Memories can't really make anything meaningful happen. Well, I guess it could get a strike back and leave this guy at 3, which is pretty meaningful. Although 2 is better? No, 3 is fine. I think I need to potion here. Don't like it. Had to do that before I got weakened. This kills you. I should have done that the other way. I knew it! Get him. Like most Pyramid fights, not too bad once you get past the turn 1. I think an FTL could really help with our short-term damage here. It is essentially 5 damage and a draw for 0 cost, which really improves our short-term physical output. Will make an elite a lot easier to manage. I like that a lot. Stack is also very good with Runic Pyramid, but notably not very helpful on turn 1. which is a turn we need help with right now. Bottled Flame. Oof. Not the relic we were hoping to see. Bottling FTL is not the worst thing in the world, but I think I'd much rather take the blue key so that we can get better stuff later. I think I'll probably just rest and fight this elite. Need to get at least one relic here. Other option is upgrade, upgrade, upgrade. Going into Guardian. That's an interesting option. Will be pretty high performance in Act 2 if I can upgrade the Go for the Eyes, get an upgraded block card, ideally, like I find a charge battery and upgrade that. I could upgrade the Steam Barrier, but it only gets +2. So I might prefer to upgrade to Defend. Probably more reasonable to try to get a relic and more cash here versus event, fire, event. Guardian with this deck is currently winnable. Although we're not great at it. Not great at it, excuse me. Tough choice here. I'm really not sure which line is better. Is a claw deck without the claws? Pretty much. Wouldn't mind a scrape at this point. I'm trying to think what the elite could give me that would help dramatically. I mean, there's lots of things. Cards? All for one, maybe? I'm not going to find an all for one if I go this way, that's for sure. Wouldn't say the deck actually needs to see more cards. That's largely because of Strike Dummy and Beam Cell, meaning our strikes will do 13 damage. For now, that's enough to get through quite a bit. Like, we don't need to see more cards to beat the boss. We don't need to see more cards to beat our early Act 2 encounters. I'm going to try avoiding this elite. I think fighting the elite is the option I would usually take here. Not today. Okay, you're still attacking, but defend will block this. And we have a turn. Easy fight. You get a potion. There's the scrape I asked for. Okay, okay. I like it. I like it a lot. Scrape deals damage, draws 4 cards. Any zero-cost card gets to get added to the hand. And notably, every single card we have added to the deck other than the starting deck is 0 cost at the moment. Machine Learning also here for a draw per turn. I don't dislike that, but I don't like it either. I also feel now like I could beat the elite if I take the scrape. Not all the time, though. We have not fought any elites so far. Let's get Zap upgraded so that Scrape can draw it now. I'll face the 3 lice. A lousy turn 1. Plus 12 is 25 damage. We'll see what I can do. Easy. Go for the eyes actually kills, which lets me block for 10 here. Or we can strike, go for the eyes, defend, take more than that. Essence of Steel would full block, although Essence of Steel will probably be better against Guardian. Let's do it this way. "27 kills you. Dual cast kills you next turn. I think the skill potion's better than the potion of capacity. That's a sad statement, but it's true. Could take a sweeping beam for some area damage here. Could take a loop. Could take a turbo. Not really interested in any of the above, quite frankly. I don't have anything to spend the turbo energy on, although Scrape does draw it. Should have taken the sweeping beam. Oh dear. This looks familiar. It's a pretty good skill potion, though. We said skill potions were best when either offense or defense helps you, and this is definitely such a case. What do you got? 6 block or 2 draws? 2 draws seems really good, actually. Although if I just strike, defend, Steam Barrier, we'll only take 1 damage this turn. Okay, that's fine. Thanks, Skill Potion, for your contribution. Scrape draws, Zap, Beam Cell, and Steam Barrier. You'd love to see it. 20 damage incoming. 2 energy left. Take 1. Take 1 more. Sunder's pretty sweet here, giving us a big attack to kill low health enemies with. Streamline could become 0 cost and drawable with Scrape. Streamline very potent in a deck like this. It's a genuinely pretty good Streamline. Well, the Streamline doesn't give us the front load that we need the Sunder to provide. I think I'd rather have Sunder. Not sure about that. But yeah, Scrape drawing Streamline against Guardian is very valuable. Really tough choice here. I'm going to take the Sunder with Act 2 in mind. 15 health. Didn't get an upgraded block card. Did upgrade Go for the Eyes. Do have an Essence of Steel. Let's upgrade the Sunder. Might lose this maybe 10% of the time, though. Tell me that's a transform. Oh yeah, okay. NBD. You're already weak. Cool thing about a pyramid, especially with a small deck of cards, is that whenever you reshuffle the deck, whatever cards you have in your hand don't get drawn again, so you may be redrawing only a small subset of the cards in the deck. Very potent. By 2. Draws both Beam Cell and go for the eyes. I'll do it. A beautifully clean fight. GG. Echo form's interesting. Letting us double the first card we play each turn. It's a lot of setup, though, in a deck that needs immediate assistance. A little bit more personally interested in this Core Surge. Does bonus damage with the Beam Cell, gives us an artifact that we can use to block various debuffs, and I can think of a couple that we'd like to block. Pyramid can't save Echo Form unless you upgrade the Echo Form, in which case it totally can. Pyramid is one of the few instances where I do advocate for upgrading your Echo Forms. But only if you take it, and I don't know that we do take this Echo Form. Although Echo Form Sunder is very nice, not any of the other cards are that good if duplicated here. I'll instead grab a Core Surge. I think Rainbow was the worst option. Super gonna take P-Box. Transform all remaining strikes and defends. We end up wasting our strike dummy, but ultimately what we end up with is Runic Pyramid with no strikes or defends, and that's a mighty powerful set of cards indeed. As long as we roll at least somewhat decently. But it doesn't affect any of this scrape interaction. I'm sure we can do better than these. Other option is Philostone for more energy, and I really don't think that's a good trade right now. So let's take the P-Box. All right. It is written. Wow. Double reprogram Meteor Strike. Fascinating. Strike dummy still in play. Although currently we have no way to get enough energy to play the Meteor Strike. If we can change that... Oh, man, this might be worse than the starting deck, though. Just gonna be honest. For now, anyway. We need to make some upgrades. We need to make some removals. We need to make some adjustments. So continuing to avoid elites feels awkward. Yet the way this deck is headed, I love it. Start here, so I get to go to one of these stores. Other than that, well, we'll see. Uh-oh. It begins. Hello, block cards? Are you there? We both have the same health. I probably should have targeted the back one, but... We're in too deep now. Lightning Orb knows what's up. Weaken this one. Sunders here. Ow. I guess ow. And we're not done. If I want a full block, I can go reprogram Steam Barrier. I like it. That was terrifying. Second Steam Barrier feels very nice. Scrabble with Scrape, and it's a block card. Currently, we have no block cards. So please give me some more block cards. Alright, path looking at. Have to fight an elite if I go to this shop. Don't have to fight an elite if I go to this shop. Noted. Okay, let's go the way that lets me opt out. Pyramid Apparitions. Yes. Yes. Strange Spoon. Pyramid Apparitions. Strange Spoon says, cards that exhaust when played will instead discard half the time. Now that is very interesting indeed. That lets us potentially use the apparitions more than once each. Warpaint here would upgrade 2 random skills. That's also very good. Randomly, maybe upgrading 2 apparitions. Apparitions are going to be my priority upgrade from here. Most likely. Recycle upgraded would let me play this Meteor Strike, or let me use the Meteor Strike. Oh, I love that. Can I afford Recycle Strange Spoon? That's my question. $167. $254. No, I'm 1 gold short. No. The disaster. Fine. Well, I'll take the Strange Spoon anyway. Please, sir. 1 coin. Please. Maybe I'll buy a potion so I can fight an elite and feel like I didn't commit suicide. Self-repair is an option. Pretty good with apparitions. I really don't like paying for it. I'm gonna be very honest with everyone. Buy that instead. No frailty from here. The spoon provides. Depending on how cooperative Spoon is, we may or may not be able to take on X number of elites. Force field. No. Planning on going this fire, this elite, but maybe we just go elites and go ham. What's the worst that could happen? Go here for the moment. Keep this for a block. Ooh, one turn too late, Core Search. You are one turn too late. Meanwhile, Meteor Strike showed up too early. Right, so we'll play that. Get this in play too. We're immune to the Vol? No. To the other one. Well, that's rude. And now we've got clog problems. That's really rude. Hot. Good. You're trying 3-cost apparitions. All right. I'll keep doing. No, I should probably block this more conventionally. Make more room in hand for next turn. Please draw Sunder. Hello? Help! Nice. Beam Cell Sunder next turn. Wow, this was a sketchy fight. Cool-headed plus. Draw 2. Yeah. Let's take some card draw. Or I kill a Book of Stabbing. Don't really think that I do. We just don't do enough damage to kill Book of Stabbing. We have to be able to play the Meteor Strike to make that fight work. So I'm still more inclined to go this way. We will fight this elite. Potentially this elite. Priority upgrade at the moment is either White Noise, Electrodynamics, maybe one of the apparitions. Although for the elite fights of Act 2, mostly upgrading the apparitions doesn't matter. Gremlin Leader does matter. Okay, we'll get one of them upgraded. Like these two nerds. Excuse you. Ugh. Well, that's all gone wrong. That's how I feel in this moment. It's all gone wrong. I now no longer have my valuable fire potion. Don't have any health anymore. These poor reprograms are so bad for the energy cost. Guess it's still kind of worth it. More! The Stormening. Double energy. My god. That's all we need to play Meteor Strike. Now, that's assuming we survive this, which I am, quite frankly, dubious about. but good luck to us. Sunder just got discarded by Scrape. These are the troubles of our times. Let's take 3, don't block at all. Block the first debuff could help. We do have to be mindful of the stuff as well. The wounds. I think with electrodynamics and the focus potion, we should be okay to get out of here, though. Let's do it this way. Life is good. Fortunately, double energy alone doesn't play the meteor strike. We have to upgrade this double energy. Tragically. "21 kills you. Get him. Ice cream? Oh boy. That's cool. I think a boot sequence is also very cool. Guaranteed 10 block on turn 1. Might stake around with a strange spoon. And we don't have to play it if we don't want. I'll take that. Not going to fight this elite. We're going to be upgrading our double energy. I think I'm going to avoid the burning elite. Wish I had self-repair. I could also rest here, I suppose. That's pretty reasonable. Fine. That way I can maybe fight the burning elite. We know it's not super slavers. Upgrade 2 random cards or transform 2 cards. I can transform 2 reprograms into literally anything else. Although I might want to keep them. Actually, yeah, this deck does want reprogram more than it doesn't want reprogram. Maybe we just scatter some upgrades into the deck. Nothing wrong with that. Any upgrade we get would be great because of no starter cards. Okay, what do you have, sir? Yeah. Double energy and meteor strike. The combo. The combo. We're in business, chat. Oh, I don't trust Scrape one bit. Right? Eh, I'll trust it. We lost 3 apparitions in Meteor Strike. Of course we did. Alright, that's why you don't add Scrape to your deck. Amazing. Just amazing. Deck needs a frozen eye. Oh, man. Well, let's just get the energy now. Oh, that gets spooned? Didn't even parse that. Health. So you just died to this. Good. I think I'll take the 1. Don't play the reprogram. Neat. Boop. card draw, I think, is incredibly valuable now that we have massive energy generation. Being able to draw through the deck is good. Another white noise could be solid, too. Lastly, Tempest could have been a payoff for our X costs. Here is the Book of Stabbing, the Fiend I was worried about being able to beat. How will we fare against the book? I think we'll be okay, as long as I preserve my energy appropriately here, so that I have the surplus required to play a Meteor Strike when I draw it, if and when I draw it. First. Not going to scrape here. No need for weakness yet. Five cards in hand. Didn't save my energy, though. That might have been a misplay. Still able to play it, though. Good. Just double energy. Apparition. Meteor Strike. It's that simple. Let's go Beam Cell FTL first. Double energy. Apparition. Meteor Strike. Play this for hand space. Now we're gaining massive energy per turn. And we can make some stuff happen. We can also continue to just be intangible every turn for the foreseeable future. It's pretty nice. Spoon. Wow. Empowered Book of Stabbing made look like a fool there. Love that Centennial Puzzle is offering us some card draw. Not sure about a defrag. Really do feel like we're going to be scaling with these reprograms in the late game. Skip for now. I'll take an event here. This could be the Colosseum. It's this nerd again instead. How rude. Note that if an ethereal card exhausts, for example, a apparition that I don't play, then there is no chance the Strange Spoon will preserve it. Just doesn't work that way. Yikes. Oh, never mind. 3 Meteor Strike saves the day, apparently. Thanks, free Meteor Strike. Algorithm with Spoon? That's also insane. We can play this multiple times per fight, potentially. I'll happily take a fairy in a bottle. Give us a way to survive Hyper Beam, too. Upgrading this algorithm's genuinely tempting. But I think I'll, especially for Bronze Automaton, being able to time the playing of the apparitions is very important. So I'm going to keep upgrading those for now. Buffer also helps with such a thing. Please remove your artifact layers, sir. Get 1 strength, 1 dex. That's all I'll take for this fight. Wait, I need that. Hey. Spoon. Actually want to discard those apparitions? Okay. Go for it. Good. Let's go to 10. 10 should be plenty here. Doubt I'm getting out of this without playing an apparition. Well, maybe I am. Oh, yes I am. Ignore me. Uh, 24, 32. So that's full block. Now we could start playing the reprograms, actually. As I no longer need my orbs for anything other than energy. Deal. Again, discard that unupgraded apparition with the scrape on purpose here, although we did lose Meteor Strike too. Spoon. Alright, sweet. Three. Spoon. Spoon. We have become one with the spoon. So somebody in chat was asking, isn't it a little bit late for genetic algorithm? And my answer is, hell no, not with Strange Spoon. We can make this thing get so strong. You're gonna wish it wasn't so strong. There we go. Alright, it's finally gone. Burp. GG Bronze Tomato, that was an easy fight. And I am feeling really good about the direction we're headed from here. Especially with a buffer, it's like another apparition. Save us a turn. Machine learning's okay. Don't need a second Electro. I'll take a buffer. Welcome. Oh, and I love Nuclear Battery here. Start combat with a Plasma Orb in play. That's 1 energy per turn, and then 2 energy when evoked. And noting that we have an Ice Cream, meaning that we get to take full advantage of all that energy no matter what. I think Nuclear Battery is better than any energy relic we could find, particularly those that have downsides. Might have been fun to crunch the numbers there on that Tri-Slavers encounter. We definitely had a chance of dying on turn 1. I'm really glad we didn't. Now we can die to the heart. Anyone want to go to 3 shops? Does the energy generated from nuclear batteries plasma proc on turn 1? Yes. Yes, it does. I think the thing this deck most needs are upgrades. We can get 3 if we go far left. Upgrades that really, really, really matter to me. One of the 2 reprograms, the remaining apparition, and the buffer. These are all very important. This deck would super upgrade all? It would definitely upgrade all. So if I just wait, I can play Meteor Strike, but I'll go Electro first. Meteor Strike next turn. Wait, ow? 12? Spoon! You failed. Skim Plus. Also relatively tempted by a recursion here. Evoke our next orb. Channel the orb that was just evoked. I'm going to start with a Skim. But that recursion was pretty tempting too. Hello? Okay. Beautiful. Let's just do this. Spiker's always fun. Could have played Reprogram first to get the kill on this guy. Chose not to. I think upgrading dual cast could help quite a bit too. Current state of the deck and all. Okay, around we go again. I think it's going to get increasingly difficult to do that, but here goes. Or we can always use the apparitions, actually, to play my attacks without taking damage, but if they do increasing amounts of damage themselves, we have a problem. Okay. Spoon is done. Both Hollow and Aggregate look incredible here. I think Hollow has to be the priority take. Put a card from the discard pile into our hand. Please just give me an upgrade all. Make my life nice and easy. Oh, well, that's not upgrading everything, but it is upgrading one thing. And sometimes one thing is the only thing that matters. Or something. Biased is interesting. Bias goes with Core Surge, but not with the reprograms or anything. If you cannot heal, do you still benefit from the fairy in a bottle? No. So this is kind of a decision point where we really decide orbs or not orbs. I think the answer is not orbs. That we take this hologram, take a card removal. I think removing Electro is probably my best bet here. And we move onward with that. Shame about Sundial. Finesse could be interesting too. Draw cost, gain 2, block, draw 1. We'll try this. Oh boy. Might just be intangible for 6 turns against Transient, depending on how the spoon cooperates here. Only goal on each of these turns is lower Transient's damage by either blocking or dealing damage ourselves. Yeah, we're basically already done this fight now. Apparition, apparition, hologram, apparition. Buffer. Easy. Now we just block and wait for this lad's timer to run out. Stack plus, looking pretty alright. We'll take that. I think I'm going to go the heavy upgrades route. A few important upgrades really can streamline this deck. Upgrade Buffer, upgrade one of the reprograms, upgrade maybe Dual Cast. So we get less total relics, but it shouldn't matter. Understood. Alright, no matter what happens next turn, Echo Form is probably going to make my life easy. Yeah. For sure. Dual cast, then double energy. Now I have 10 energy. Now bonkening. Hologram Meteor Strike. Hologram double energy. Why not? One strength per turn from a Cultist Potion could be an interesting amount of damage scaling for us. I think I'll keep the attack potion as a Reptomancer safeguard, though. Because if we end up in a Reptomancer fight and I don't have an attack with which to kill a dagger, we could have a really bad time. Rippetear wasn't terrible there. but I still don't think it's all that good. Let's go dual cast. Double energy. Spoon. Interesting. Actually, upgrading the holograms might really matter here. I was content for a moment to let Spoon work, but if I can use holograms like a reinforced body, I should really upgrade them. For now, we just want to keep playing Reprogram over and over again. Block. Leads draw. Go for the eyes. And beam cell. And stuff. 117 damage Sunder, 126 damage Meteor Strike. The power. Play it again. Yes! The Spoon is ballistic. Just filthy. It's gone. Alright, we can finally end the combat. Bonk. Bottled Lightning. Start with a skill in our opening hand. That's another hologram? Charge Battery Plus is pretty spicy, too. You know, if I just have 3 unupgraded holograms, maybe I don't really need an upgraded one. I want to start with an apparition in my opening hand so that I can never ever die. Thanks. And with Repto gone, I'll discard this attack potion. Or any chance of Repto gone, rather. Okay, not enough money to make this shop that good. Let's go 2 more events. We could still find Mind Bloom here, which would be very exciting if we did. I'm a ghost. 3 intangible, and I haven't used a single apparition yet. Spoon is so powerful here. Spoon. The Spoon. Back for next turn. Oh, this too. Fair enough, Spoon. No holograms left. Gotta go around then. I'll go. Gets kept. Play it again. Gets kept. Play it again. It's gone. That algorithm that we picked up at the end of Act 3 is now 37 block. Chaos is interesting, but not needed. Not needed. All right, last chance at Mind Bloom? Nah, Winding Halls. Madnesses. Interesting. Madnesses really would make upgrading 2 holograms worth it. Oh, that's funny. Okay. I'm gonna do it. Receive 2 Madnesses. Madnesses permanently make a card in my hand 0 cost. And to go with that, we're gonna upgrade 2 of our holograms to make sure that they don't exhaust. Guaranteed. And that can form potentially part of our endgame strategy then. Boop. Boop. So much energy. Card draw could end up being a problem. But, you know, could it really? Could it really? Nice. And the Madnesses can continually make stuff 0 cost, which is extra busted. Beautiful. Requinine, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Welcome to the Koozie Sub Club. Recycle. Recycle lets us get rid of other stuff in the deck. Very, very, very valuable. Welcome. And our last upgrade is going to be, I think, the second hologram rather than the recycle. So that we do have 2 upgraded holograms ready to form some kind of ridiculous combo. Time Eater's definitely a nasty threat to us. Big thing we can do here is scale up by playing Reprogram multiple times, so I'll just get started on that right away. Keep this apparition for now. Let's go Reprogram, Hologram, Reprogram, Boot Sequence. Take 5. Draw more cards. This will block the vulnerable debuff, which is good. We should make sure that I play enough cards so we don't have a card limit next turn. Getting buffer down is pretty good too. Let's get the white noise out. If this is a single hit, I can just buffer it. It is. Or I can genetic algorithm. That works fine too. That in play. Meteor Strike should be our primary damage mechanism here. Actual 23 block. 1, 2. Get rid of that. Scrape. I guess I'm just gonna randomly madness. I don't really care what I'm hitting here against Time Eater. We have more energy than I know what to do with. Easy. Just hit the hologram first try. Like you do, apparently. Wow. Okay, that's part of our block solution then. Let's see if I can hit the other one. Sunder. I'll take it. Oh, and let's keep reprogramming too. Should have done that in a different order, but here we are. And then 1, 2, 3 more. Scrape can put more cards in the draw pile for stack to work with here. Spoon. Hologram. Hologram is our block engine. That's going to be really helpful against Heart, especially. Hi, Wodo. Thank you so much for 3 months of keeping it cozy. You keep watching, I'll keep streaming. 27 block from stack. 26 from charge battery. I think it's a very good sign we have unneeded apparitions in this fight. GG. Okay, these two nerds are next. They should be a lot easier since we have no limit of cards per turn or anything like that that we have to worry about. Let's go. Sequence, Steam Barrier, take 2. Let me get some more cards into my hands. A lot of holograms. Might end up recycling a buffer here. Actually, let's recycle Scrape. Easy. Just keep reprogramming. Thought about hologramming the madness there. Ultimately did not feel like I needed to. Race free. Definitely a lot of different ways we can play this fight, but don't think there's a lot of pressure to do it perfectly. Phrased differently, we winnin'. Real hard like. Deck has more energy than it knows what to do with. More energy you can shake a stick at. Please make this meteor strike free, okay? Thanks. Cycle that. Get more card draw. You start to see why I put the skims in here. Could have also redrawn our Meteor Strike over and over again there. Dazed are a bit of a problem. Now you die. $76 energy. Burp. Burp. Get him. GG. Absolutely filthy is where we've ended up on this run. Two thump, a deep pulsing dread can be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the Spire, the source of all this reprogramming? Program a lemon. Zap, largely worthless indeed. I'm going to be upgrading... Actually, based on how much extra energy we had, I don't think I need to upgrade Recycle after all. I think I need to upgrade the other Skim. Yeah, let's get the other Skim upgraded. More card draw is by far the most valuable thing we could have right now. Incursion's here, Trip is here, Dex Potion is kind of whatever, Draw Potion's nice, Card Removal's nice. Definitely an example of a run that's winning on the merits of the deck rather than the merits of the relics. Although the relics we have, Strange Spoon and Ice Cream, very notably, putting in huge work for this deck. Another shard here. I think Zap can just go. See you later. Zap. And I don't need anything else for the final couple battles here. We've got guaranteed turn 1 immunity to this. Spooky turn. Fools. Restack, not a problem. Do I hologram anything right now? Not yet. Continue to bank energy. Really like that we can bank energy over multiple turns to create one really explosive, really powerful, stupendously good turn. It's a little bit absurd. Okay, so 38. That's an easy block with these holograms. Especially with stack. Should have played that earlier, actually. Let's just stop there. Double energy gets preserved. Let's get that one back into my hand. Double energy again. Okay, now we should be in the business, I believe is the proper terminology. Drawn. Okay. Convenient spoon. Cycle a burn, draw more cards, double my energy again, draw more cards again, play this, play this. Alright, 100 block, Spire Spear dead, feeling good here. This deck is so cool. Stack that as high as we can get it. Higher than that, apparently. Again. Okay. The bonkification is complete. Nunchaku might give me some more energy. Another Meteor Strike rounds out the damage option. I love it. Double Meteor Strike. Let's go. Let's go. White Noise not terrible either, but surely the second strike has got to be correct here. 34 cards going into the heart. 2 Madnesses, 2 Holograms, 2 Meteor Strikes, a Runic Pyramid, Strange Spoon, and a lot of Chutzpah. Let's go. Your turn. Might have to be one of our apparitions here. We can use the buffer to block next turn's attack, which is quite nice. If I play apparition first, I'm going to lose Centennial Puzzle. Do we upgrade the apparitions at campfires? Yes, one at a time. All 3 of them upgraded, and it was super worth it. So I can't actually full block this, huh? No. That's annoying, but fine. Machine learning's nice. This is... Currently underdrawing big time. Wait, they're wasting draw big time. That's okay. If I don't get any block this turn, though, then I have to use an apparition, because I can't use the buffer. That definitely seems to be the case here. Fair enough. Fair enough. And we'll take 1 damage per card I play this turn. Which is also fair enough. This first reduce speed of death. This. Get rid of dual casts. Sad. A sad showing. Good news is I'm mostly invincible anyway. So it shouldn't matter too much. You have Fairy. Lucky that that didn't get stopped by the spoon. But we're finally able to play some real cards here. This is very much appreciated. Scheme Blues. Perfect. Stack is 24 block here. That's pretty incredible. Let's get... Cycle. Get rid of some of these cards. Hologram Skim, keep drawing cards. Hologram Skim, you guessed it, keep drawing cards. That gets exhausted, hologram. Skim or recycle, or reprogram. Reprogram one more time. Get this in play now. Four by 15 headed my way. We should be able to block traditionally with my block cards, especially with the weakness coming in. Fair enough. is going well. Let's get rid of Cool-Headed. More card draw. More meteor striking. More card draw. Get rid of nothing at the moment. Actually, no, let's get rid of Sunder now. Get rid of all the things that aren't Meteor Strike and Hologram, basically, and Reprogram. And we are good here. Dang. Consider this one very bodied heart. Boop. Whoa. Not done my turn yet. I'll have you know. There's more to do. We're there. Okay, now what? Can I just infinitely play Meteor Strikes? Hold on, I have to know. Bonk. Infinite? And I can Steam Barrier to actually such too. That's funny. Alright, that's enough bullying. Get him dead. Also, like, reprogram nearly infinitely. Go 25-25. That sounds good. GG, everybody. Be free, my fairy friend. Be free. What a ridiculous run. And I'm glad to finally get there with the defect. GG. Very much a rough transition period to get this thing online. Look at that. No elites Act 1, 2 elites Act 2, 1 elite Act 3. We basically avoided elites a lot, which I think is very, very viable with a Runic Pyramid start. And used a ridiculously powerful combo of cards to form the victorious engine. The Spire sleeps. And so, shall I update the title? Let me update my streak command. Oh, now it's accurate again. Good. Let me update my kills commands. 21. Number 6 for the defects. GG. All with the power of the strike dummy. So cool. Such a cool run. How many hit points did I have when I take apparitions? Like 2? No, I had slightly below... I was at half health and I took apparitions. That was really good. I feel like we went down to 2 health at one point. Just 12? 12 health. That was a cool run. That was a really cool run. Alright, next up will be the Purple Lady, the Watcher. Quick break to refill my legs, stretch my water, all that, before I jump into this run. But when I'm back, we'll go again. Get one more today. BRB, everybody. Don't go nowhere. Alrighty, folks, we're back. We're back. Hello, hello. We are back. As we get started on our Watcher run, I'd like, I think, to take a moment to focus on what's going on that's positive, good, vibin'. What's going well in everybody's lives? Dearest chat members, if you had a recent moment during your day or week that made you feel good, excited, you've got happy news you want to share, or just something that left you with a nice feeling, please type that up in chat, spread some love around, and give everybody some good vibes. Dander, thank you so much for the double baker's dozen. 26 months. El Kuti is drunk and happy to be drunk. And why not? Gauss, thank you so much for 16 months. If months were hands, you'd have a lot of hands. Shubinator a month into their promotion at work. Congrats on that. Golemist on a 3-win streak on Watcher. I think you're doing better than I am currently then. Sargent, thank you so much for the tier 1. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Dragonoth also got promoted and a raise. Congratulations. People have actually said that your general demeanor is much improved, but what about your general kinder? Try being less meaner and more kinder. Do not put me on pizza. Managed to get a tricky programming thing done a few days ago. It's always nice to solve something that's been giving you trouble, whatever it is. The more difficulty there is, you know, the more satisfaction there is in overcoming. Lower Klaus is cuddling the cat. Cuddle that cat. Yol bought a new apartment. Good stuff. Dogeman Pie wanted to buy Witcher 3, couldn't afford it, but then realized they already owned it. Hope you enjoy playing. Witcher 3 was one of my favorite games of, I'd say, the past 5 years or so, RPG-wise. I thought it was very fantastic. Hi, I'm Dillard, celebrating 6 days sober from alcohol. Congrats there, and stay strong, friend. Juice for Zeus exercised every day this week. Proud of themselves, but sore. I have to say, keeping to a regular exercise schedule is one of the best things I'm personally able to do for my own mental health. So it's always good to hear when people are holding themselves to some kind of routine or rigor in this regard. Nickelman saw the Northern Lights for the first time last night. Really is quite something. I've never really gotten a good view, just like out the airplane window kind of view of the Northern Lights. Hey there, Handless Phantom. I don't have a specific video for the uncommons, but we do talk about all of the uncommon Ironclad cards in our Ironclad all cards tier list. I made one specifically for the commons, and maybe, I don't remember if I did one for the rares, but I don't have a dedicated uncommons video. 7 years. Oh man, Witcher 3 was 2015? Oh no, I got old. Prankster moved to Canada 2 weeks ago. Enjoy the Great White North. A beautiful, beautiful place. Reckonine quit smoking 1 week ago and already feels improvements. Never too late to make a change in your lifestyle to get healthier. That's beautiful. I guess that's the inverse of that time that I said I played Gloomhaven in board game like 8 years ago, but it turned out Gloomhaven's only been out for 4 years, and I felt like a fool. A Cyclone's supposed to move to Norway next week. Good luck. Safe travels. Probably taking a rare relic to start here, by the way. 100 gold is reasonable, too. Especially with early shops. My ideal path might be this one. Elite, Fire, Elite, Fire, Elite, Fire. Optionally, we go one more upgrade, one less Elite. Actually, two more upgrades, one less Elite. That's a lot of upgrades in Act 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Where's my Searing Blow on Ironclad when I want it? Game of Ancient says, for defect starting cards, should remove strikes or defends? I personally recommend removing strikes on defects. You don't lose out on damage as much as you'd expect because Zap and Dual Cast are actually the bulk of damage output for starting defects. What's this rare relic, by the way? A mango! So I actually gained 8 max health. And notably a bunch of current health. Definitely makes going left a lot safer. And there's an early store for a defender move. Let's do it. Let's go left here. Take 1, 2, 3 elites. Get a bunch of... Or do I go for the extra upgrades? Wait. Do I still get a removal? Yes. I'll take the extra relic. Relics are good. Money is good. So I either draw 3 strikes and kill, or I draw Vigilance and I don't die. Or both. Pop. Pop. Watcher's all about leaning on your early powerful damage thanks to Wrath Dance for some serious output. I think you can very reasonably strike remove first on every character except Watcher. Silence sometimes wants to remove a defend, but not 2 defends. And Ironclad also likes removing strikes, because corruption's a thing mostly. I think you're usually taking a damage card here. I'm personally a Crush Joints believer over a Flurry believer. I don't like Flurry of Blows, plain and simple. Ow. Deceive is a very, very good block card. And we are fighting the Guardian. So a Deceive Reality, which is 4 block for 1 energy and then 12 block for the second energy, is pretty dang good. Simmering Fury as Draw plus Wrath, also an interesting option, particularly with Crush Joints. Given that our Act Boss is the Guardian and we do need some block for that, I'll pick up a Deceive Reality. Very good with Dexterity. Quite good in a myriad of fights. Improves our overall block output pretty dang well. 13 block take 1, strike, strike, miracle, vigilance take nothing. I like that. And now we have Deceive Reality, giving us that convenient retaining safety. The fact that safety retains is so nice. Nine plus 9 is 18, right? That's correct. I could have maybe convinced myself to take an Evaluate to pair with this Crush Joints, but given that we have an extra block card already, I don't want to go more extra block cards. Watcher only really wants one more block card in the early game. Second Crush Joints doesn't feel helpful. Just Lucky is fine. Not amazing, but fine. Clicking Protect always a mistake on the first card reward? I don't think so. I think you can take Protect early on just fine and have it be good. I like Deceive Reality better than I like Protect, but Protect is an acceptable first card, especially if you don't get offered damage. Astaos asks, ideal ways to block as Watcher. The quote-unquote easiest ways are to use the cards Talk to the Hand or Mental Fortress. Those are the 2 easiest and best ways to block. Talk to the Hand is block per strike on a foe. And Mental Fortress's block per stance change. Killing things is actually... Yes, actually, that's even the better way to block on Watcher. Kill your opponent is Watcher's best block card. But when it comes to block cards that are actually block cards, her powers are the best bet. The other option is to try to get some dexterity somehow and use her pretty effective upgraded block cards. So Fasting plus Halt, Fasting plus Prostrate can really get you there. I do like this on sale Fear No Evil. I'm almost certainly going to remove one defend card here. Thin out the deck a little bit. Fear No Evil is a really nice card. One cost Calm Entry means it's an energy generator if paired with Wrath Stance. And it's also a Wrath Exit, which is quite nice. Happy, thanks so much for 3 months of keeping it cozy. Appreciate you. More max health, bringing us to 81 with the donut here. I really never like to take the curse for the relic, especially before 2 elites here. Curse would be really harmful. So let's just be a chonky lady. 81 max health going into the heart fight much later in this run will be very nice. This could be a fight for the colorless potion. Let's see. Lagavillain's definitely not easy here. I can wake up with Eruption's Strike if I want to, knowing that we're drawing the Fear No Evil. Let's just do this. Play it now? Or next turn? Now. 3 random 0-cost attacks or 1 random colorless card each turn. These are both very powerful. Let's go with the Metamorphosis. Free Tantrum, free Fear No Evil. Holy moly. This Lagavillain has no idea what's about to hit them. And we lucked out in that we did not draw Wrath but no Calm here. Behold the damage. 60. And an incredible reward, the Duvu Doll is 1 point of strength per curse in our deck. Currently 1, but could reach a higher number over the course of this run. Watcher in particular loves strength. And I think Watcher in particular also loves an early Omniscience, letting us play a card in the draw pile 2 times. Currently don't have any good Omniscience targets, but the more Omnisciences you can get, the better they are. I'll take 1. And we are going to upgrade our Eruption. Could have taken the Regret? I guess. I suppose. Bap, bap. $18 plus 27. 45? Yeah, 45. I believe this is something along the lines of Deceive Reality, Crush Joints, then Fear No Evil. We'll block for 4, we'll be hit for 11, so I'll take 7 damage, and we guaranteed kill next turn. I don't think I could do any better than that. Actually, wait, is Miracle Vigilance better than Deceive Reality? I give the knob 3 more strength, but I block for 4 more. So yes, I can save 1 hit point by going Miracle Vigilance, Crush Joints. Well, Miracle Crush Joints, Fear No Evil Vigilance, specifically. That saves 1 more health. Instead of taking 7, I'll take 6. Optimal. Actually, wait, better to play... Safety, right? Then he gains 9 strength. Goes to 8 plus 9, 17. We block for 16, take 1? Even best. Even best. Aha! Take 1. Beautiful. Appreciate the help finding the best line there. Even more max health, now up to 88. What a chonky lady. So offered a very tempting meditate, letting me get cards back into my hand. Follow-up's reasonable too. We need a few more damage payoffs at the moment. Let's take a meditate. Pair. Strike dummy. Beautiful. Cards containing the word strike deal 3 more damage. All of our strikes are now base 10 damage. And that should allow us to skip almost every card. I certainly have more health than I need to, so let's trade some health for a relic here. Ow. Oh my. We're off to the races. Gambling chip puts us way ahead of the curve. Way ahead of the curve. Damage strikes. I would have traded pretty much all of my health for that gambling chip. I will happily take a Cut Through Fate. Cut Through Fate is damage, but also draw and scry. Very, very valuable here. Empty Fist could work pretty well too, considering we have multiple comm sources. Let's take 1 cut. Yeah. Get him. Cool. No problem here. Fear No Evil. Another chance at an empty card. I think we're good enough, though, that we can skip all of the unupgraded cards we're offered until we reach Act 2. That's my current plan. I'm going to upgrade my Crush Joints and my Meditate before the Guardian fight. Starting with the Crush Joints. Let's make that 2 turns of Vulnerable. I'll take those. Seems nice. Oh my. Okay then. Get absolutely dumpstered. Joints, Eruption, 30, 30, 30. 30. Caw. Lagavulin down. With this many good relics, we're going to have a really hard time taking damage in most fights. Birdface Turn is here to heal me if I use a power. And there's that Talk to the Hand. One of the ways that I said is good to block on the Watcher. Applies a permanent debuff. It says whenever you attack this enemy, gain 2 block. Upgraded 3 block. Talk to the Hand is a very good target for Omniscience in particular. Although hilariously so is Pressure Points. Let's grab this Talk to the Hand. Get it upgraded. No handies, lol. Thank you so much for the 3 months of support. Never seen anybody take pressure points? Is it that bad? Unfortunately, mostly yes. Fundamentally, the problem with pressure points is that you're not guaranteed to see the second one. If you can get 3 or 4 pressure points into the same deck, it can be pretty good. And it's absolutely capable of winning runs, but the first pressure points you see is a trap, and you have no idea when the second one's going to arrive. It also doesn't work with Wrath Stance, which is fundamentally its problem. Watcher just has such an easier time getting started by upgrading her Wrath cards and doubling damage with physical attacks, especially if strength gets involved. Especially if strength gets involved. Wow, that's just enough to transform instantly. Let's do it this way. Crush joints, meditate the crush joints. Nine plus 13, no. Not enough. This way, then. Omniscience ends up being a bit of a waste. And that's okay. Still take 2 damage back. That's also okay. Blocking. That's exactly 24. Very well. Safety meditate? Yeah. Strike kills. Take 4 damage for that. That's fine. Powers? Wait, establishment? With safety? Oh, cool. I get to take an establishment. I like it. Oh, wait, Skrull's here, though. Skrull is probably the no-brainer, easy-peasy pick. That said, I really like what Establishment lets us do. Establishment is a power, giving us 2 health when we play it. And it says, whenever a card is retained, reduce its cost by 1 this combat. What that means is that safeties become 0 cost 1 turn after being played, and it means that any card we meditate becomes permanently reduced in cost, allowing us to gradually decrease the price of the deck with Establishment. Establishment also upgrades to Innate, guaranteeing it shows up on the turn 1 draw, and that's pretty good with the gambling chip. Let's take an Establishment. I think this run has a sufficient head start. The Skrull is probably, again, like the slightly better choice. Choose. Slightly better take here. But because of the unique circumstances we have, I think I really like the Establishment. And I really like the Snekko Eye, actually. Oh man, Snekko Eye Omniscience? Ooh, baby, we got a Snekko run. Snekko does a couple important things for us here. Firstly, we draw 2 more cards each turn. That means 7 random cost cards on turn 1, and we can discard any number of them with Gambling Chip. Gambling Chip is a very, very, very big enabler for Snekko Eye in general. I think the Establishment also helps here. Any card we retrieve to our hand with the Meditate will be at its the last cost we saw it at, -1. So if we Meditate back a 1 cost Crush Joints, it comes back at 0 cost. Now, the costs do get reset constantly as we redraw cards, so we can't permanently make everything cheaper, but we're going to be drawing so many cards it might not matter. Otherwise, I'm getting energy via Dome or Hammer. Both are fine, particularly Dome. But I want this Snekko Eye. The other really big benefit here is that Omniscience being random cost is crazy good. Crazy, crazy good. I have enough money to go to a shop, which is good because the shops are here early. Do I ever take this Burning Elite on? Pretty well positioned. Upgrades that are important currently include the Talk to the Hand. That's about it. Omniscience and Pressure Points do combo together well. If you can Omni Pressure Points and duplicate it really in any way, you're going to have a good time. And we can always opt out of this too. Yeah, let's go to this shop. Let's see what life has in store for us. Okay, not the world's greatest turn one. Let's try again. Double establishment is a thing? You can also double crush joints here. Do that. Nine by 2, huh? Alrighty then. I can't believe you've done this. Should use this ancient potion. Okay. Now we have a kill. That was almost close. Fasting is here. Problem with fasting is that it gives us less energy at the start of each turn, which could be a real problem. This like water is upgraded for free. It is a power, so it heals us for 2, and we have lots of comment resources. So I think this is a surprisingly good option. 7 block at the end of every turn, as long as we're in calm. Free upgrade plus the Birdface turn really makes that an easy sell for me. Hello, free Omniscience. We can Omni the Like Water. That also lets us heal more if we Omni a power card. Hopefully I don't draw it, though. Okay. Beautiful. To hit one that's attacking me. Free block. It's a lot of block. Get him. Know that the safety's now free. Meditating things makes them also kind of free. Not that they weren't free already. That goes to 1. Actually healed from the bird's fight. That's a good sign. 3 more unupgraded commons. Not a huge deal here. Deck mostly wants to add really high impact, high cost cards. And not average cards. Especially not unupgraded average cards. What do you got? Store. Wow. Store has stuff. Big, expensive yellow cards. Kind of stuff. Lesson learned would let me permanently upgrade cards in the deck by killing stuff. Vault lets me have an extra turn. Both very, very potent, especially with random cost. Happy Flower for more energy, also worth considering here. Toolbox for another card on turn 1, also worth considering here. Card removal, also worth considering here. It's all pretty good. But I'm definitely thinking buy the 2 rare cards, personally. Not quite enough for a card removal, too. 8 gold short, sadly. But that'll do. The toolbox card is not random cost, because it is added to your hand rather than being drawn. So that's a cool little part about toolbox. I think we can also, after getting the toolbox card, then discard it for the gambling chip to draw a new card, which makes toolbox extra valuable slightly. Let's take one event here. There might be something that lets me go to this shop. However, what if I transform 2 cards or maybe take mutagenic strength for bonus strength on turn 1? Personally, I think transforming 2 defends into just about anything else is very, very good here. Very few things that we could hit that would be bad. Let's find out what we get. Scrawl Tranquility. Tranquility with the Establishment. It's another calm source. Scrawl, meanwhile, is full hand of draw. You'll love to see it. Additionally, in an abandoned temple, you find a giant book open with cryptic writings. Is this what we want it to be? Let's find out. 21 health is a very affordable price for us, so we'll read the book. And we get the Necronomicon. First attack card played each turn costing 2 or more is duplicated. And +1 curse for +1 strength. Very cool. Actually, wait. Trying to figure out if I can kill this thing on turn 1. Crush joints would be 24 plus 36. Dang, I'm pretty sure I can. Oh, definitely. All right, cool. So because Crush Joints is 3 cost, when I play it, Necronomicon says play it twice. We do miss our upgrade in that fight, but we get through it with no problems. Tantrum Plus activates Talk to the Hand a whole lot. Gets us into Wrath Stance. Could also randomly cost 2 for Necro value. Indignation's an option. Take the upgraded Tantrum. And I'm ready to fight this Burning Elite. What's the worst that could possibly happen? Exactly. Nothing. The Omni for the moment. Yeah, let's Omni Talk to the Hand. That feels right. Now I could Tantrum here. Blocks for 16, but makes us take 24 additional damage. Can't say I'm the biggest fan of that. Oh, but now if I can meditate to enter Calm, it's actually all good. Give me back Crush Joints, Cut Through Fates. Expensive lesson. d6 2 times. So Necronomicon says lesson learned kills here. Beautiful. Ooh, Swivel with Snekko Eye is quite powerful. That could even help us manipulate which card is affected by the Necronomicon. I like that a lot. I like that quite a lot. Do I want a particular card on turn 1? Normally I would bottle Talk to the Hand, but with Omniscience I'm not interested. Bottling a card that I want to gamble away is reasonable, so we could bottle a Strike here. Nothing wrong with bottling Cut Through Fate either. Let's do that. Let's bottle Cut Through Fate. Event versus Rest Site. With Lesson Learned, tempting to say that events are better than a Rest Site. Let's believe in that. So, upgrade all strikes and defends. I can get 4 upgrades here. That would dramatically speed up the Lesson Learned. Or I can simply remove a card, which is overall slightly better, and it's also 1 less card for Lesson Learned to upgrade. So, avoiding fires. Go 2 elites this way. Unceasing Top. I'm very unlikely to ever have 0 cards in hand. So I will take the Sapphire Key here. Like Thunderstrike. We had such a good Thunderstrike run. I wish that one had won. An odd creature with a hunched back sprouting several tentacles is scrounging through a pile of trash and debris in front of you. As you approach, he shuffles forward towards you in a non-threatening manner. Inloth hungry. Feed Inloth. Losing the strawberry costs us nothing. Strawberry has an effect when you pick it up, but if you lose it, you don't lose the max health. So this is completely free, and is an appropriate food for this poor creature. Otherwise, we could give him pure water, which is not really food, but is still good for you. That would cost me my miracle, which I don't want to give up. Have some food, Inloth. He snatches the strawberry out of your hand with his tentacles, dislocates his jaw, and slurps it down in one quick gulp, giving us Inloth's gift, a higher chance to find rare cards after combat, which I think is incredible with Snekko Eye. Strike does 14 damage, by the way. Caw. Caw. Nice turn 1. These are all pretty whatever. You're next. Hmm. 22. 22 damage 3 times. 3 times. It's only going to be 22 also. Contemplating using Omniscience on the Lesson Learned. If I do that, it gets played 3 times. Twice from Omniscience, plus 1 more from Necronomicon. That is tempting. I think what I'm going to do is Omni for Vault instead. Make sure this guy dies. Should have. Ooh. Gross. Very gross. That went very badly for me. Kill the Taskmaster. Lesson learned, this lad. Played Establishment for 2 health, but overall that went reasonably well. Here's a big expensive rare card, although not from In-Law's Gift. Ragnarok hits 5 times to a random enemy for 5 damage, and is perfect with Snekko Necronomicon. Take one last event here. It's the Shelled Parasite, who is very angry. I suppose that's just fair. Let's find out. What happens if I do this? Hot. Shame it didn't kill them both. Warship is a very good Omniscience target. Very good Meditate target, too. Getting us halfway to Divinity. I like it quite a lot with Snekko. Yeah, you can be included. Also upgrades to have the Retain keyword, which then interacts with our thingy. Our establishment. You know, the thingy. Do it this way. Oh. We got a rare card. It's Blasphemy. Enter Divinity, then die on the next turn. That's going to be a no thank you from me. And let's upgrade this Ragnarok. Actually, we're fighting Champ? Yeah, let's upgrade the Ragnarok for the Champ fight. Windmill Strike. My god. How could I have overlooked? The sheer power. Okay, Talk to the Hand is here. Let's get double Like Water in play. Buy myself some time with the Champ fight. Bang. He's already halfway dead. Wasn't even trying that hard. Double them? This way. Maybe you should have played the Ragnarok at least. I don't want to draw that. No! Here we go. Greetings! Wait, how much damage is this going to be? This is 8 times 3 times 12. Oh yeah, perfect. Remember, the Ragnarok gets played 2 times, not 1. Hey-ya! Kerblam. Not quite able to finish him, though. I'll be back. Impossible. Possible. See you later, champ. Second lesson learned might be kind of hilarious. Another scrawl feels unnecessary with the Snekko eye. Brilliance is very skippable. We can skip all of these. And I think that's probably what I'm going to do here is skip. Keep the deck of cards relatively small. As long as we can keep upgrading and removing. We'd like to remove a couple strikes. We'd like to upgrade Worship, which Lesson Learned will happily do. And I think we'd like more energy. Pretty easy coffee dripper here with Bird-Faced Urn potentially healing me. And very high max health overall. Otherwise, we'll take the Slaver's Collar, energy only during elite and boss fights. Or the Holy Water, 3 additional miracles, 3 additional energy at the start of each battle. But I think 1 energy per turn unconditionally is the best way to go here. So I'll take the coffee dripper. We have our green key already, we just need the red key. And we want to fight a number of elites while also not going to too many rest sites, maybe hitting a shop. So I'll probably go for 2 elites here. This elite and this elite. Avoid all rest sites entirely. And purchase at this store. Could take a whole ton of events here. 99 gold would be useful. Okay, let's take a bunch of events here. This might be entertaining, if nothing else. Double Spikers. That's a bit of a toughie. Interesting. Nothing to omniscience. Get him. There we are. Signature move is kind of interesting, but I think would be problematic. Hits really hard, it's high cost, but it's only playable if it's the only attack in your hand, which is a difficult condition to meet. Signature move, if functional, is one of the strongest attacks the Watcher has. It's just the difficulty in getting it functional. No secret portal for me. Missing a key, can't go to the boss. Not that I ever take the secret portal, even if I'm not missing something. Mummified Hand could be pretty good with the Snekko Eye, or we can just keep removing cards here. A good question, Pinkie Pie style. If Chrono Trigger wins, I'll get whatever version is available on Steam. I don't have any of the original versions or anything like that. Glowing Tesseract. I'll take a discovery for funsies. I'll take a discovery for funsies. 2 discoveries. Yeah. Discoveries let you choose one of 3 random cards and put it into your hand at 0 cost. Can be mighty powerful with something like a Snekko Eye. Favorite custom characters through mods. I really enjoyed the artist who can build their own cards dynamically in combat. I thought that was really cool. Nice 0 cost worship here, especially with Meditates. Get rid of this, keep the Omniscience. Kill next turn. Maybe I should have discarded Omniscience so I could meditate it for next turn. Be even better. Could Omni Vault? No, can't play Meditate then. Talk on one that's going to survive here. Looks like I might just be killing them with Ragnarok. If we fail to listen, learn tears, so be it. This fight's really dangerous. Old Coin loads me up with cash right before 2 shops. You love to see it. Downfall characters are not what I would call balanced in the traditional sense of Spire, but they are fun as heck to play. I know, I wouldn't describe them as balanced by any means. Oof, 3 cost Ragnarok. The pain. The pain. Could be like Tranquility, Tantrum, Vault. Or even like Fear No Evil Vault. Is this as powerful as I think it is? This will get played 4 times? Got him. Deviform gives us more energy every single turn. Very, very powerful with the Snekko Eye. And yet another power to go with our Birdface turn. Welcome. I'll also take a power potion over, let's say, the speed potion. Why not? But my pressure points. What about them? Another rare card. Devotion. I don't want that one. Nor this Meditate. Although Damari would have been nice. Whetstone would upgrade 2 random attacks. That's decent. Card removal looks good. Abacus could be okay for block whenever we shuffle. Overall, this is not the greatest set of cards. Maybe Mental Fortress is good here. Fortress would be a nice way to augment our block in the late game, where changing stance is plenty with the Calm and the Wrath. So adding some block whenever we do so is a pretty good idea. Sure. Do I buy the Whetstone just to get ahead on upgrades here? I think so. Scales are not bad. Not great, though. Full block. Let's go. Full heal. Double cut through fate? No, let's swivel. No, no, no. Still no lesson learned, huh? Necro, talk to the hand. For when one hand isn't enough, try 2 hands. Judgment. Dang it. These are all non-required. Just a few more fights now. Tackle this elite. And Bamal. Triple Ragnarok is pretty spicy too. Sure, why not? Get him. Kerblam. Last card? Last card. Another rare card. We've gotten 5 bonus rares so far. This one's another vault. I'll take it. Another extra turn. We've just flooded our Snekko deck with powerful Watcher rares. And it is a beautiful thing. Two-cost Omni. Probably just going to Omni our Deviform here. Definitely. And then we'll Vault, giving me another turn with bonus 2 energy. And every turn thereafter is 2 more additional energy. It just keeps coming. All right. Again, last card in the deck. But in a good way. Yet another bonus rare. Come on, in-law. Another establishment. We don't need to. One is fine. This gift is popping off, man. Just a couple fights left to go. Expensive draw there. No. Bad Parasite. Bad Parasite. You don't do that. I said you don't do that. Very bad. That's really close. By Liquid Memories, I can get a kill right now with a lesson learned. Screw it, I'm doing it. Yes, another rare card. It's Deviform again. Welcome, Deviform again. Welcome. I have one more shop in Act 4. Let's take an event here. Find Mind Bloom, allowing me to fight a boss for a rare relic, as well as some additional cashola. Good. Next turn could be spicy-like. Necro, talk to the hand. Necro Deviform. Xco says 8x6, but I'm not afraid. I ain't afraid of nothing. Just keep taking my turn. That's the rule. Take so many turns, you wish I didn't take so many turns. Get the golden eye! Whenever we scry 2 extra cards. Was upgrade all a good choice there? Not really. Most of the deck is already upgraded because of the lesson learned. There's very few unupgraded cards at this point. Much rather have the rare relic. And the additional chance at another rare card, although we didn't get any. Got a recall here. And now it's bird time. Snekko only ever creates 0, 1, 2, or 3 cost cards with equal probability for all of those outcomes. So you can never have a Snekko card costs more than that. Double like water? Let's start with that. It does make Bird kind of angry. Then again, what doesn't? So I'm going to take a bit of a hit here. I suppose that's fine. Need the extra energy each turn. Necro Tantrum. Don't play that yet. Now we can play it. Also, you're dead. And guess what? That's going to happen again next turn. Kerblam. My turn. GG. Bird destroyed. Next up, the shapes. Turn 1 establishment meditates, not bad. No, let's keep the discovery. Keep all this. Okay. What about you? Gotta get the Deviform down. Easy. And some Scry. 4 empty body is the only way to actually block this turn. Blocking might be nice, but so is healing. I'm sure it's fine. Oh dear. Those are some very good cards. Blasphemy is cute. Go ahead and double this. Sure. Those will be random costs. Double tantrum? This looks a little awkward. Does not appear that I have a kill. Though just barely. GG. Two thump, a deep pulsing dread could be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the Spire, the source of all these extra rare cards? Have I been here before? Where'd Worship? She not that concerned about the talk to the hand? Another vault? More turns. Other things that are good. Pantograph heals us 25 at the start of the heart fight. Medical kit could let us destroy status cards. Card removal lets us destroy a strike. Strike remove vault number 3 is pretty good. Vault is particularly broken with these Deviforms. Strike remove vaults. That's my secret. I'm always broken. Oh my. Expensive. No Wrath re-entry in the draw pile here. So it's Tantrum. 2 burns go right on top, and then this turn looks pretty spooky, except for the part where I drew multiple copies of Vault. So never mind. Hooray! Lesson learned is in the discard pile? It is. More Deviforms. More. 3 Deviforms in play and counting. One last rare card from Inloth. We got 9 extra rare cards from the gift, which is absolute insanity to me. Alpha, Beta, Omega, or Master Reality. Man, Omega would fit in beautifully with this deck. Let's take an Omega. Let's take an Omega. Alright, Heart. You're in for a bad time. Let me just tell you that right now. No, no, yes, no, no, yes. Good. Take some damage here. So much is risen. Should get this too. Actually, fasting was pretty good there too. Just look at played 2 times. By Omni the Beta, I can get 2 Omegas in play. That sounds pretty cool. Yeah. Oh, right, they're Omega Plus. Yes, let's go. Let's go. Give me that back. Safety plus. It's beautiful. It's so beautiful. Divinity? Is that Mental Fortress down? No. $120 damage at the end of every turn. The power. Of course, blocking is easier said than done. It's a bit better. Not too bad. Not quite able to completely negate those turns, but I'll take it. Kerblam. Pressure points. Give me bonus energy on the next 11 turns. And then I get 14 energy at the start of this turn. GG. Mr. Heart. GG. Cross number 22 off the board. Finally getting back to 2 in a row. GG, everybody. GG. The destruction. That one got really silly. As soon as we picked up the Necronomicon, we were off to Silly Town. Has it been done? The Spire sleeps, and so shall I. GG, folks. GG. Bringe. Thank you so much for 3 months of keeping it cozy. You're not bringing through all my content, are you? That definitely felt good to be able to win a run on the first try. Period. Felt pretty good. I think I'm going to end things a little early here today. Call it a good weekend. Because it's resting time for me now. So big thanks for everybody coming out, hanging with me for some Spire runs today, and for our potion tier list, which will be going up on the YouTube sooner or later. Don't forget, today's the last day to vote on the game boat. Help me choose what game I'll be playing live on stream this month. We will, of course, be back on Tuesday, 2 days from now. Probably picking up this challenge and keeping up a mixture of things. So far, we're halfway through the month. We've got 22 wins. My personal expectation was 40 wins in 1 month, so we're well on track here. Well on track. See you later, Dogeman Pie, Ponte, Novax, Twitch forgot my account, Prixmeyer, Zizification, Matt Warbuckle, Yo-Yo, and everybody else. Thanks so much for watching. Ta-ta for now, and until then, toodaloo. Bye-bye.